Schönen guten Morgen und willkommen
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen,
und Zuschauer.
distinguished guests, viewers to our conference Planet 5050, Europe's contribution to the SDGs. SDGs means Sustainable Development Goals
Der Vereinten
in order to promote the sustainable development of the United Nations. And before we start, I would like to point out that you can listen to our conference either in English or in German. We have a simultaneous translation and you can choose English or German in our live stream. Today's conference is hosted by UN Women Germany, the European Institute for Gender Equality, and the German Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Women, Youth and Senior Citizens. In 1995, there were more than 180 countries,
Organisation
as well as international and supranational organizations that adopted the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, as well as a number of measures in order to support women and men and provide them with equality in the different spheres of life. Today, 25 years later, we would like to take stock and find out where we have to do more. And under the German presidency of the EU Council, we will shed light on the EU level. In particular, my colleague is Vincent Emanuel Heer and Martin Speer, and we are one of the he for she UN women ambassadors. We would like to mobilize more and more men supporting equality, and today we are your facilitators. And before starting, we would like to give you a brief overview of today's conference. First of all, we have 4 sessions. In the morning, we will listen to experts and representatives of German and international organizations. And the main topics will be the perspective and the expectations of young people, as well as challenges that we are facing due to COVID-19. Then there is a second session with breakout sessions. They start at 12:30 till 1:50. And those of you who signed up for one of these sessions received a link by email, and then you can discuss very specific topics moderated by our facilitators, and all the others will have a long break. And after this break, we will hear Helena Dalli, the EU Commissioner for Equality, and Dr. Giffey, the Federal Minister for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth. And then we'll have a 4th session where we discuss the findings and insights of our breakout sessions and discuss with our speakers and panelists. And in the afternoon, you will also have the opportunity to join us with your questions and comments. You can use the chat that you can find at the bottom of your live stream, and we will pass them on to our panelists. But we kindly ask you to use this chat for technical questions only in the morning, but in the afternoon you can use it for discussion. And then, of course, you have the opportunity to take part in an online poll, and we would like to try this. The question will appear on your screen asking you about the gender pay gap in Germany. There are 3 options to answer this, and please vote and opt for the answer that you think is correct. So please feel encouraged to take part in our vote. There 10, 20 or 50%. What do you think about the gender gap in Germany?
für 20% ausgesprochen.
A majority says 20%, and 20% is correct. Unfortunately, in former West Germany it's 25, and in the other federal states is 7, and in the EU it is 16%. So Germany is actually at the bottom of this range. So there is a lot that we need to do, and this inequality is reflected here. If you look at the scales, because it's not really in balance, so we need to do much more in order to achieve equality. There's so much inequality in the domestic sphere, in the professional sphere, when it comes to economic power. So this inequality is reflected here if you look at the scales. This conference is supposed to make a contribution and try to achieve equality. And so we collect ideas, not only presented by our experts here, but also if you would like to contribute online. So if you have a specific idea on how to achieve equality, please use Twitter and use the hashtag Generation Equality. We collect these ideas and we'll discuss them during the day, and we will note them down on some sheets of paper and put them on the scale, and maybe we can achieve equality here with our scales. So, without further ado, we are looking forward to listening to the official words of welcome by Karin Nordmeier, the President of UN Women Germany.
Frau Nordmeier, können Sie uns schon hören?
Mrs. Nordmeier, can you hear us? Good morning, I can hear you. I hope you had a great morning so far. Thank you. Yeah, I think we all had a great start.
50-50.
Welcome to the Planet 50-50 conference, and this is supported by the Federal Ministry of Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth, and the German presidency of the EU Council. And we're quite happy that we have the possibility to meet here virtually. And I have to admit that doing this online is actually a premiere. So, of course, we hope that we all have a stable connection, and we're looking forward to valuable contributions and insights that promote our call to action. So we are here at the Berlin Station Berlin, and there are a lot of participants that have joined us from Lithuania, the Netherlands, Belgium, Portugal, Greece, and many different places in Germany. Or maybe you have joined our conference via live stream, and our objective is to promote exchange between the civil society and politics, and to support the exchange between Generation Beijing 1995 and the young generation Beijing plus 25 in order to build a generation equality and think intersectional and intergenerational. The claims to action that we put together today in order to promote equality should be introduced during the German presidency, and we are sure together we will make a difference. Our topic today, identifying inequalities in the lives of men and women and trying to abolish this inequality by specific measures. And we will have our scales as a symbol to show the changes that we can make by the measures we propose. We will have 4 workshops and our talk in order to shed light on economic and social perspectives during and after the corona pandemics. And of course, we identify the many ways of violence against women and girls, and we're looking for effective equality strategies at all political levels. We will have a video message by Asa Regner, the Executive Director of UN Women, that is represented by our boss in New York. And then we will hear the keynotes by Helena Dalli, the EU Commissioner for Equality, and Franziska Giffey, the Federal Ministry Minister for Women, and Christiane Funken, Professor of the Technical University of Berlin. And they will provide valuable insights. And then we will hear the voice of the young generation, represented by Elisabeth Keuten, UN Women Youth Task Force, the voice of our future. Just as a reminder, 25 years ago, it was also the European Union that committed to the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Action Platform, which is the most visionary agenda for international strengthening goals and women. And in 1925, the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development was formulated. And in order to implement these 17 goals, all the international community made a commitment. And another way to assess the current status of equality of men and women is the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. So today we will discuss the following questions. What are the most pressing challenges of equality policy, which we need to tackle immediately? And what about the progress on the implementation of the Beijing Action Plan and the SDGs? And how can the UN Women's Rights Convention empower women, a convention which has existed since 1979 and is the only legal instrument in order to promote equal participation of men and women in all spheres of life, and that has been ratified by 189 states? And is it really sufficient to have a stock-taking exercise every 4 years in order to bring about new changes? And how do we feel about the ongoing digitization since the 1990s that, of course, offer new opportunities for empowerment, but on the other hand, they are also a potential threat when it comes to violence against women, which has been recognized yet. Hate and hate speech online, sexual harassment, bullying in social media. And how can we face the spin-offs of the COVID-19 pandemics, which has undermined many successes of European and international achievements of women's policy, and might destroy this for years to come? For example, employment and professional activity of women. It took more than 60 years for Germany to have 50% of women in employment, although they are not the main breadwinners and not really have executive positions. In the United States, there is a big job loss among women, and the term G-session was coined, female recession. So critical jobs carried out by women make it very clear that there is a work overload and a special vulnerability of women in domestic and professional settings. Silke Stab from UN Women says the role of women as shock absorbers in crises like COVID-19 strengthens families and communities, but has a negative impact on their economic stability and autonomy in the long run. End of quote. So how can we counter this increase in domestic sexualized violence against women, which is proven by the number of helpline calls? UN Women calls this the shadow pandemic phenomenon. So do we really factor in the violence against women when calculating the costs and the economic deficit in a society? Linda Scott, professor from Oxford, is really concerned that women's rights might disappear overnight, but she also has a vision. I quote, "If the global economy chose to dissolve the economic obstacles facing women, an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity would follow." What a great vision. Today, we discuss only some aspects of inequality affecting women, and we will listen to the experts of EIGE and the Technical University of Berlin presenting facts and figures regarding pay, the unequal distribution of unpaid care work, and the attempts of ending violence against women and girls. And our objective, we do not remain stuck in the analysis of the process on implementation of international legal tools of equality. We would like to give new impetus to new legislation, strengthening the accountability of decision makers in Europe. We must not forget equality. Gender equality is a human right and should also apply in male-dominated societies. It's a prerequisite for social progress in Germany, in Europe, and all over the world. Without genuine gender equality, we will not be able to master the most pressing challenges: economic crisis, violence against women, failing healthcare, climate change, and escalating conflicts.
Bleibt einfach dabei.
Well, this we should not ignore. There's no denying. Without women, there cannot be no state. Planet 50 is important. So I hope that we will have a fruitful discussion. Bonne chance. Mrs. Nordmeyer, thank you very much for this great welcome speech. And you can see our scales here, and we have an idea on how to achieve more equality. What's your idea? What I put here in the scales is the call to action
Accountability.
to strengthen accountability and the political will in order to implement the necessary measures to achieve equality and to really walk the talk. Political will, accountability when it comes to implementation. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and we're looking forward to discussing with you later. And now we continue with another welcome speech. Looking forward to Colleen Scheele, the director of EIGE. Director Scheele, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Are you calling in from Vilnius today?
No, I'm actually calling in from the Netherlands.
All right.
And I do not see the studio, but as long as you can hear me, it's fine.
We can hear you perfectly, so please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. In March this year, EIGE published a 25-year review of the Beijing Platform for Action. From the economy to climate change, we examined how the situation of women had evolved since 1995. I couldn't wait to go to New York and present it at the 64th Commission on the Status of Women. I wanted to share our findings with all you working on the front line of women's rights and hear your ideas on how we can move forward. Sadly, as we all know, that didn't happen. The rapidly spreading virus meant flights were grounded and meetings cancelled. Luckily, since then, we've worked out how to meet each other virtually and share our knowledge, despite the circumstances. A testament to human creativity and adaptability, which enables me to finally share our latest data with you. I hope it will be useful when you put together your calls to action later today. Let's start with the economy. Our review of the Beijing Platform for Action showed that long-standing inequalities persist in the EU. Women are less likely to be in paid work than men, with 67% of working-age women in employment compared to 79% of men. That is an important difference because when the Europe 2020 strategy was adopted 10 years ago, EU leaders aimed to have 75% of the working-age population in employment by the end of 2020. While men have surpassed this target, millions of women are missing from the labour market. So, where are the women? Well, our data shows that 7.7 million are currently kept out of the labor market due to caring responsibilities. That is more people than the entire population of Bulgaria. As our societies age and more people require care, an increasing number of women may find themselves unable to take up paid work. Currently, this employment loss costs the EU economy some 370 billion euros each year. As our economies try to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, it would be a missed opportunity not to take action to bring more women into the workforce. What action is needed? Well, we need both legislative and cultural change. Persistent gender stereotypes can hinder the effect of even the best measures. Over the last 25 years, many EU member states have expanded parental leave for fathers. However, take-up remains extremely low as caring is still considered women's work. Before the crisis, flexible working arrangements, such as telework, were frequently used by women to combine work and family life, with little impact on men's contribution to caregiving. As many of us were pushed into the domestic sphere and telework to try and contain the virus, it was still women who reported the most difficulty juggling work, homeschooling, and care. If a shift towards telework does indeed end up being one of the legacies of the pandemic, I hope the extra time fathers spend at home will encourage them to take on a bigger share of the care load. This will be the most powerful way to end stereotypes about who provides care. We also need to value care in the labor market. In the EU, 86% of personal care workers are women. Although we know such jobs are essential, the COVID crisis really drove this point home. Yet, across Europe, the pay and working conditions of these jobs frequently do not reflect their importance, which continues to get bigger as our societies age. Our 25-year review of the Beijing Platform for Action identified the lingering impact of the 2008 global financial crisis and the economic decisions that were made in its wake as a continuing contributor to inequality between women and men. Austerity fell particularly heavily on women, who tend to be poorer and rely more on public services, including childcare. To be able to accommodate their caring responsibilities, women are more likely to be in temporary, part-time, and precarious work. Unfortunately, this puts women first in line for job losses as the economic fallout of the COVID crisis starts to bite. As we face another economic test, I hope we are able to learn from the lessons of the previous crisis, so as not to further deepen inequality. Another test we are facing is how to put an end to violence against women. As people were confined to their homes to contain the spread of the pandemic, many countries registered spikes in domestic violence reports. This was a test several countries met rather well. I have no doubt that rapid measures taken to protect women, such as the digitalization of tools to facilitate reporting, save lives. It is important to note that we can all make a difference. A report we release next month shows that witnesses of intimate partner violence usually want to intervene. They just need the confidence and tools to be able to do so. However, violence against women is not a problem limited to crisis times. Globally, women face the most danger from people they know. While men make up the majority of homicide victims, women are most likely to be killed by someone they know. The most wide-ranging measures to prevent violence against women are laid out in the Istanbul Convention. Although it has been signed by all EU member states and ratified by a majority, some countries are not fulfilling its requirements. For example, across the EU, the overall number of bed spaces in women's shelters has decreased since 2013 and is only about half that required under the Convention. The importance of such support in saving lives during the pandemic should make their financing a political priority. I am sad to see a backlash against this document in some countries. The principal aim of the Convention is to protect women from violence through practical measures and the eradication of negative stereotypes that fire violence. It is in no way a threat to the family. I think the chair of the Council of Europe's expert group on countering violence against women, Marceline Naudy, has said it best. If there is violence in the family, it's the violence that destroys the family. In the face of mounting opposition, I am proud that the European Commission continues to be committed to acceding to the Istanbul Convention. Opposition to the Istanbul Convention is, of course, one of the symptoms of a bigger malaise. For some years, a backlash has been building against gender equality and women's rights. A sense that women had gained enough or even too much in comparison with men. This has started to feel as a threat to the established power structures. This is despite the fact that according to last year's Gender Equality Index of EIGE, women in the EU have not even reached the three-quarter mark when it comes to equality with men. The backlash can be seen in the gender fatigue that has been growing over the last decade, with our research showing that the commitment of EU countries to gender mainstreaming, which is a legal obligation for all signatories of the Beijing Platform for Action, has weakened since 2012. The backlash can also be seen in the emergence of so-called anti-gender movements, which have led to women's rights being rolled back in a number of EU member states. In some countries, access to sexual and reproductive rights has been restricted through the introduction of preconditions for women to access legal abortion services, an increase in doctors refusing to perform abortions on grounds of conscience, and limits on emergency contraception. Civil society organizations on the front line of this attack on women's rights have faced hostile action from governments, including the criminalization of some of their activities. This is unacceptable. The work of civil society organizations, your work, is vital to ensure the voices of the most marginalized are heard by those making decisions about their lives. I would like to reaffirm EIGE's commitment to your work and stress that we are here to provide you with support as we challenge this backlash together. We are continuously gathering data on the different situation of women and men from different backgrounds in the EU and measuring the impact of policy decisions on their lives. We are also preparing a forensic assessment of the stories told by those opposing equality and putting together our own narrative. We are looking forward to sharing this with you next year. I strongly believe that the creativity and adaptability we have all shown in light of these unexpected times will serve us well in the coming years. As countries put together recovery measures to lift us out of the crisis, they will need sex disaggregated data to measure the different impacts of the pandemic on women and men. Acknowledgement of the importance of care in our economies, gender balance at the table where decisions are being made. All this is feasible. Even though inequality persists and there have been some setbacks, it is also important to note that overall there has been progress since the Beijing Platform for Action was adopted a quarter of a century ago. This gives a reason to be hopeful for the future. I will now hand over to Elisabeth Koijten, will tell us about the work being done by the next generation of activists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Scheele. We appreciate your remarks. Before we hand over just our last question to you, do you have an idea that we can add to our gender equality scale over here? An idea for more gender equality?
Yeah, one of the measures that I would find extremely important is also something I mentioned in my introduction. It's gender mainstreaming. If in all policies and in legislation, in all projects that we all undertake, the gender dimension would be taken into account from the very beginning, which is the planning stage. If that were done in all our member states and by all relevant stakeholders, I am sure that this would really help to achieve a better gender equality in the European Union. So gender mainstreaming, I know the word is a bit complicated, but I find it extremely important in reaching a better gender equality in the European Union.
Well, thank you very much. That is a very concrete idea. I appreciate that. And just one thing lastly, you already mentioned the Gender Equality Index. I believe in 2 weeks' time, EIGE is going to present the 2020 edition of that index. So I'm sure a lot of our viewers are looking forward to tuning back in. Thank you so much.
It's on the 29th of October. Yes, we
wonderful.
will.
I'm definitely looking forward to those numbers. Director Scheele, thank you so much. Liebe Damen und Herren.
Thank you for the invite.
Of course. Meine Damen und Herren, genau, wir
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to continue. We have a skills project now. We have already 2 ideas selected, Karin Nordmeyer's idea and then Karin Scheele's idea. And we have these 2 cards here, and I'm putting them now in the balance here, and you can see the scales are sort of moving more towards gender equality, which is a nice development. And now let's continue with Elisabeth Keuten. Yes, now we would like to shed some light on the expectations on the young generation equality, and I'm very happy to welcome Elisabeth Keuten. She's actually here. Welcome. She comes from the Beijing Plus 25 Youth Task Force. A warm welcome to you. The stage is yours, Elisabeth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Elisabeth Keuten, and I study ethnology and gender research in Göttingen. I'm speaking here as a member of the Beijing Plus 25 Youth Task Force, a global youth working group that now consists of 39 people. Selected by UN Women, we work together on a voluntary basis to accompany the review processes of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. We also support the Generation Equality campaign and the forum of the same name. Thanks to the extension of our term, our focus shifted to generation equality activities and resulted in renaming it into Generation Equality Task Force. My perspective as a young person basically implies that I'm relatively unbiased in terms of my opinion and the desire to make our views heard more. In short, this means more inclusion of young people. Or, to quote Lopa Banerjee, the president of the Civil Society Division of UN Women and member of the Jeff Core Group, no youth participation but intergenerational leadership is needed. The Beijing 1995 generation should network more with the Beijing Plus 25 generation. However, it's also important to ensure that the exchange takes place not only in the group of people that are already concerned with gender justice issues. He for she shows us how. Gender justice is everybody's business. So let's include everybody and let the dialogue take place on a social scale. However, my young perspective implies much more than this repetitive call for youth inclusion. For example, I consider an easier access to abortion as crucial. Furthermore, the rights of sex workers and the need to strengthen sex education in schools are of great importance, which does not correspond to the current more conservative trend in international gender politics. This was not least demonstrated last October at the regional UNECE review conference in Geneva in preparation of the CSW in New York. During my work in the task force, it became clear that international milestones such as the Millennium Goals or the SDGs have significantly improved the situation of women and minorities. By dealing with the Beijing Declaration in our task force, however, it also became clear that issues were ignored, also because they were not that urgent at the time. Against this backdrop, we should now focus more on linking climate justice, technology, intersectionality, and human trafficking with gender justice and the funding of feminist movements. Destigmatization of people who do not correspond to the usual gender roles and de-shaming of issues of sexuality, illness, and menstruation are also necessary for an open exchange and a path to equality and acceptance. The injustice, stereotyping, and definition of gender have been constructed by people, which is why we should also be able to deconstruct them. It is also important to me that gender justice no longer exclusively uses the binary categories man, woman. Even if it is called Planet 50-50, this actually implies the equality of all genders, and not only that of biological women and men. Once we stop using the binary scheme, binary thinking can also be dissolved in a second step. The inclusion of minorities, such as trans people, but also other queer people, is central. But intersectionality also means to offer more space for the perception of life realities of people of color. Not only since the increased attention to the Black Lives Matter movement this year has it become clear that people of color experience a different type of discrimination than those with more privileges. Therefore, an anti-racist and minority-sensitive feminist movement is needed, which is based on a strong civil society. This leads me to my last point. Thinking about justice and then formulating and carrying out actions also means allowing time for reflection. Reflecting upon the basis of adopting guidelines and where the power structures in such a decision-making process lie. This is especially true for international decisions. Establishing universal goals certainly has many positive effects, such as states committing themselves to respecting global agreements. However, there's also the danger of further manifesting Western dominance and the danger of perpetuating colonial continuities. Although the situation of women and minorities in Germany is fairly good, this approach should not be perceived as the true path, but rather than one of many versions of how to achieve gender equality. So I think critically challenging century-old, persisting power structures, starting in the global north, is indispensable to reflect upon justice issues. These are views that are certainly not only shared by young people. However, I do see the potential of young people to draw attention to these topics. I may be young, but even in my 22 years of life, I have experienced discrimination and sexualized violence. And to be honest, I don't want to know what else is in store for me. We are absolutely ready to stand up for this, because after all, it is also about our future. The anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action and Generation Equality show us how important intergenerational work is. So let us use these platforms and discuss, reflect, and take action together. My generation and the Generation Equality Task Force are ready. We are here and we are motivated. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank für diesen Aufruf.
Thank you, Elisabeth Keuten, for your call to action. And you also have an idea on how to promote equality that we can put on the scales. My idea is to spend more time on reflection before creating international goals. Thank you very much for being here, and we will see you again when discussing the outcome of the breakout sessions. And now we'll continue with opportunity or rollback post-corona, and we'll have a video message by Asa Rigner. She is the Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, and are looking forward to listen to her video message.
UN Women Deutschland, Freunde und Freundinnen. thank you so much for all the work that you are doing for UN Women in such an important country that Germany is. We are just now moving out of the General Assembly celebration of the Beijing 25 agenda. And that celebration was a success, I think it's true to say. We had over 60 heads of states and government and over 70 ministers from different UN member states talking to each other and to us about their commitments when it comes to gender equality, gaps they see, and what they want to do about it. And I'm sure that all of you know that this year is an important year to celebrate the gains that were made during the last 25 years when it comes to gender equality. Since in 1995, we negotiated in Beijing about the only global action plan on gender equality that we still have. And we are also now moving into the celebration of the Security Council Resolution 1325, which was really a one-of-a-kind resolution 20 years ago in the year of 2000, which talks about women's rights to be actors and agents for peace and democracy in their own lives and in their societies, but also about the fact that women are also victims of sexual and gender-based violence during conflict, and that member states are accountable to do something about that. So that resolution will be celebrated in 2 weeks, the 20 years after that resolution was adopted by the Security Council. And we see, in relation to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, that many political commitments have been made in relation to women's rights in armed conflict. A lot of interest is there. More and more member states say that they have a feminist foreign policy or in other ways support this agenda. However, in reality, progress is slower. And in reality, we also see that during the last years, women's part of those being part of negotiations and those signing peace agreements have not been women to a much larger extent than 10 years ago. The situation that we have in the world in relation to the commitments that governments have made in relation to gender equality is that on the one hand, we have much more of a mature political debate in countries. We have much more of knowledge and engagement, and gender equality has become a much more important issue on the political agenda in most member states. We have much more advanced legislation on men's violence against women in the majority of countries. We also, as another example, have reforms which give men or new fathers the right to spend time with their newborns in more than 90 countries, which we didn't have 25 years ago. The thing that is lacking is the implementation of these reforms and legislation and the commitments. The systems to support implementation are far too weak or sometimes not existent. And also the funding has not been there during these 25 years and still isn't. And I think that when it comes to implementation and to push for more funding, that's where all of us come in. Because we need to make others, not just those of us who are already committed to the issues, interested in this and feel they have something they can contribute with. So that's why we need to work together with the private sector, with civil society, who really are the ones who are leading, and they should be. as well as with academia, experts, the rest of the UN system, and also people like yourselves who think that gender equality is a very important thing to work with. From UN Women's side, as you know, we do this in different ways. We have the so-called intergovernmental agenda going on, the one that I described, with the General Assembly, the Security Council commemoration, the Commission on the Status of Women coming up in March, for example. But we have also designed something that we call the Generation Equality Forums, and the 6 action coalitions, which will be the outcome of the Generation Equality Forums. And the Generation Equality Forums is a very serious intent to make that shift happen from commitment to reality. And we have therefore identified 6 important areas in which much more of implementation and push for funding and action is needed. I think you are familiar with the agenda and the action coalitions, and if you are not, you have the areas on our homepage. But the idea, as you know, is that next year, 2021, 1 year later than we thought, we will be able to come out of the Mexico and France forums with a set of action coalitions and with promises on action and with more funding for the whole world to go from words to reality. I look forward to working on all of this with you. In fact, there is no way we can do it without each other. We have also something else going on which is related to women, peace and security, and that is something we called the Women, Peace and Security Compact. That is also a platform to gather those who are interested specifically in women, peace and security. Again, member states, private sector, civil society, women's movements, not least in the countries which are conflict countries, to come together and push for women's right to be part of the decisions that will shape their future during peace negotiations. So all of this is a very heavy and intense agenda, starting now and going on during 2021. And all of these actions that we will take together will also in themselves support the rest of the Sustainable Development Agenda, which, as you know, needs to be implemented in the year of 2030. We have had setbacks on many of the goals, not least because of the COVID situation. We have measured and described that from UN Women's side. There is a lot of facts and evidence on our homepage, which we hope is useful. But we are also convinced that with the political interest in the world, with these initiatives that we are taking, with the cooperation, not least with our national committees, and with everybody, specifically civil society in the world that wants to change, we will manage to push for implementation and a real change in women's and girls' lives. Dankeschön und viel Glück.
Hervorragend.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Mrs. Regner, for your contribution. And would like to say hello from Berlin, and we definitely support this important work of UN Women. And now, dear viewers, it's up to you. There will be another online voting. Now you have the opportunity to answer the following question. Which country with 79% has the highest rate of working women? So which country has the highest rate of women in employment at 79%? Is it Germany or Sweden? Well, we can see the results immediately. So Sweden actually is correct. This is one of the examples where we can learn from our Swedish neighbors. And now we would like to continue with another keynote, a keynote by Professor Christiane Funken, a professor at the Technical University of Berlin, and she's also an advisor to organizations that try to promote equal opportunities. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Germany, it seems, is doing well by European comparison as a glance at the economic data and the successes in the fight against Corona show. But as soon as the situation of women is taken into account, the picture changes dramatically. In the following, I would like to highlight two social problem areas that are typical of gender relations in Germany and are reflected in both private and professional life. These problems I have identified because they are now becoming visible now in the kind of state of emergency and become explosive as a result of the pandemic. I'm going to focus on the polarization of working hours between women and men first. Gender time gap is the buzzword here. And the second aspect is care work. Let's start with the polarization of working hours. Women in Germany are highly educated. And we have just heard 75% of them are gainfully employed. Nevertheless, half of them work part-time. That is less than 30 hours per week. They do this to strike a work-life balance. Men, by the way, if they work part-time, normally do this in order to do further training and capacity building. Already the birth of the first child systematically drives the career paths of women and men apart and leads to a polarization of working hours, that is the gender time gap. Why? When men become fathers in Germany, they see themselves as breadwinners. They work overtime and work more than before. When women become mothers, it's exactly the other way round. They are often employed for less than 30 hours per week. So, in other words, they work part-time. And this, of course, has far-reaching consequences. Firstly, traditional roles are perpetuated. And many studies have proven this, or revived through this form of work. Part-time mothers invest twice as much in childcare and housekeeping as their partners. And they do so for nothing. Even if both partners work full-time, women take much more care of kids, parents in need of care, sick family members, the household, the day-to-day organization of family matters and social life. So they do the socializing, basically. And what is interesting is that this time invested for family and housework matters. By the way, and increased for both parents during Corona by approximately 2 hours. Hence, what is also interesting is that the imbalance more or less remained between the genders. Secondly, women working part-time in companies, so those who are gainfully employed in companies, are very rarely given tasks relevant to the company, like prestigious projects. Never mind opportunities for advancement. Part-time is a career killer. We just have to face this. Is paid poorly and mostly outside the collective bargaining agreement and is not recognized. And this inevitably leads to the fact that the gender pay gap in Germany at 21% is among the highest compared to other EU countries. Also, old age security benefits, the gender pension gap, are with half of the women substantially smaller than those of men. The proportion of women on the management boards of DAX companies gives us load of food for thought. On September 1st, 2020, it's a very recent study that showed that the management boards of a total of 160 listed companies were made up of 603 men and 68 women.
Das heißt, 87.
So 87% are men in management boards and 13% are women. Compared to the other European countries, Germany thus ranks last.
Es versteht sich von
Furthermore,
vielen internationalen.
it goes without saying and has been proven in many international studies that this means that German companies are losing innovative potential in many respects. And here, at the latest, the horizontal and vertical segregation or division of the labor market becomes clear and leads me to the second problem area, which is care work. Almost 2/3 of all working hours in Germany account for so-called care activities in the healthcare system, in nursing and care, education and upbringing, as well as household chores.
Mehr als die Hälfte.
More than half of these are unpaid, and only 1/3 are paid care work.
Auf den ersten
This may seem surprising at first, but now, at the latest, under the conditions of the lockdown, it has become clear that in the healthcare system and in the education sector, it is primarily return on investment considerations that have led to savings in personnel and resources at the expense of women. Because after all, 80% of the employed persons in these economic sectors are women.
erwähnte ja, dass sehr viele davon Mütter sind.
And most of them are mothers. More than a third of these working women earn less than 1,100 euros net a month. Only 10% earn 2,600 euros or more.
Viele dieser oft unsichtbaren
And many of these intransparent, invisible private and professional activities are now becoming visible because of the corona pandemic, like under a magnifying glass, because in contrast to past crises in which male-dominated economic sectors were often hit,
Erinnerungen haben, ist
the last one we remember very well is the financial crisis. Health is now the issue. This is why the pandemic also and especially affects sectors such as healthcare, care, education, and household services, or trade and hospitality. In other words, sectors with a high share of women.
Lockdown.
The imposed lockdowns fundamentally shake up the well-functioning system and disclose the leading role of women in the functioning of our society.
Mit aller Wünsch
With all desirable clarity, it is clear that the largest sector of our economy, which must necessarily include non-salaried family and voluntary care work, serves to maintain the economic and so-called critical infrastructure.
informelle Dienst.
And this also includes non-paid informal services.
Unübersehbar.
It has also become evident that the massive restrictions on institutionalized care services in many places have led to care shortages, school and educational failures or bottlenecks, domestic violence, or even existential emergencies that had to be met either by the mostly female employees or by private additional services that are also predominantly rendered by women.
Ebenfalls wiederum die Frauen erbringen.
So obviously, this is not just a private concern and matter, but clearly it is also an economic one, because workers in an increasingly digitized, global, extremely competitive, knowledge-based and mobile economy directly depend on good care relations and successful reproduction.
Was tun?
So what needs to be done?
Weitgehende
More than 4 million families in Germany with working parents are facing major problems in reconciling work and family life when daycare centers and schools are largely closed. In order to be able to react to this situation, a differentiated analysis of the unfortunately still incomplete data is necessary. Since comprehensive empirical material is not yet available, these are merely statements about emerging trends. For example, we have observed that short-time work is more common among employees with lower or middle incomes than among those who earn relatively high wages. The partners of men who do short-time work are often employed in essential occupations. Also, these occupational groups, most of which belong to the low-wage sector, for example, in production, trade, nursing, healthcare, I have mentioned it already, can rarely work from home due to their specific activities. So they can't do home office, in other words. And last but not least, parents with a low income can hardly afford a fair gender-based division of tasks for financial reasons. Working from home, that is home office, can currently be characterized more as the privilege of so-called knowledge workers. However, access to certain privileges by no means solves the problems of the so-called compatibility trap, but can sometimes even push it to the extreme. This is what we see and hear again. Women in particular complain that their private and professional work suffers from efficiency, demands enormous flexibility, and leads to them reaching their capacity limits. Crises, this much we know from innovation research, can shake up or reinforce encrusted structures. The corona-related crisis provides us with a great opportunity, and we have to use it, to eliminate factors that hamper innovation, such as the polarization of working hours and the extent of poorly paid or unpaid care work, and to create new structures. Successful and good work requires private and state regulations and rules that guarantee appropriate moral and financial appreciation, gender equality, health, and sustainability. The polarization of working hours, and let me come back to the first social problem area, can be remedied by redistributing work towards short full-time works, maybe 32 hours per week. This is the only way to equally distribute private and professional work between women and men. To eliminate domestic roles stereotypes, and to remove obstacles that have so far made it difficult for part-time working women to pursue a successful and fulfilling career. The systematic blocking of career opportunities is also largely due to the fact that part-time working women are not entrusted with management tasks. Job sharing, for instance, of 2 women is usually categorically rejected by companies. They render it inefficient and too expensive. The polarization of working hours can, secondly, also be overcome by the systematic introduction of job-sharing models in management positions. A recent study on this topic during the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that filling management positions through job-sharing tandems, these have so far mostly been women, offers a strategic advantage in 2 respects. During the crisis, job sharers were able to use the flexibility but also the support and strategic advantages of coordination and decision-making in tandem, and thus achieve an improvement in the quality of decision-making, especially in difficult situations, and make it easier to deal with new challenges, even within the family.
Einerseits die Qualität von Entscheidungen, gerade auch in schwierigen Situationen.
So, there are better decisions, also in difficult situations, and they also facilitate and simplify certain things and certain challenges also within the family. Now, care work can be improved by the academization of care professions, for instance. This would not only achieve professional recognition and upgrading of these professions, but also create the conditions for wage increases. But better pay is already needed for the current nursing staff as an expression of social recognition.
Anerkennung nötig. Das Klatschen auf den Balkonen.
So clapping hands on balconies, in other words, is not enough. Care work can also be achieved by redefining the quality of work. That is very important. Indicators such as knowledge and skills, responsibility, and psychosocial sensitivity and competence must be included in the quality assessment of work alongside physical aspects. A buzzword would be the comparable worth index. The need for such a redefinition has been discussed for some time in the course of the digitization of work processes and the associated knowledge work. Now, at the latest, these demands must be made undiminished, also and especially for care activities. We must assume that the already high percentage of care work will continue to grow in the future. Because one thing is clear, we can increase production, digitize or outsource, which is often happening, but we cannot always advise, heal, care for or educate people faster or exclusively digitally without major losses in quality and devastating consequences. Demographic data and the age pyramid, the shift in the world of work towards greater mobility and digitization, or the well-founded assumption that in the future, an estimated 1/4 to 1/3 of the workforce will be working in so-called SAHI jobs. That means social work, household-related services, health and care, and education. All these aspects speak for themselves. The knowledge gained through research on the above-mentioned problems, despite all the open questions that still need to be answered, emphatically makes us understand that gender justice is not only a bit of fairness or a morally founded claim, but that it's also an imperative of economic efficiency. Thank you very much.
Frau Professor Dr. Funk.
Professor Dr. Funken, thank you very much for this insight. Thank you for this interesting statement. Some things sounded rather shocking. We still have enough time, so let me ask you a question. You tried to sketch that during the crisis, situations and challenges can become worse, but then again, crises also imply opportunities. Do you think that issues that have long remained unchanged, do you think that the crisis can trigger opportunities and changes, or are we again inclined to remain in the status quo, to do business as usual? I am a positively thinking person, and I hope that we can break up these structures. And I really believe in this because companies have learned and seen that home office can be effective if it is organized and structured correctly and reasonably. And private households have also learned during the crisis what a burden there is on women if they want to strike a good job life balance. And thirdly,
Fachkräftemangel.
there is still a huge lack of skilled labor. We have mobility issues, we have climate issues. So there is a whole host of different structural issues and challenges worldwide that need to be mastered. And this, of course, also includes Germany. And we need to solve them. We can solve them. And in order to do that, we need the competence, the creativity, the intelligence, and the psychosocial competence that women have and can provide to private and entrepreneurial and professional settings. They want to do it, and we have to let them do it. And I encourage women to raise their voices and to fight for these things. That's a good point. Do you think that, from your perspective, we need more momentum in civil society? Do we need more visibility of protests? Women saying, we want to make change happen, let us use the crisis. Well, we always need more. We always need more protest. We need more activities, more action and initiatives. And I think because of the change of the working world, because of globalization and digitization, many things have become very porous and fragile in terms of old traditions. Leadership roles, for instance, executive roles have to be mentioned in this context, but this must not go at the expense of women, of course. And I think that many women, also in essential jobs, have noticed that they cannot do more because they have reached their limits of capacity. If women went on strike, let's be honest, everything would collapse. We don't want to threaten anybody, but seriously, I want more fight, I want more public awareness, and not just for promises. Okay, so a women's strike might be looming, which might not be so bad, but you also have a proposal for our scales so that we can strike a balance here. What is your proposal or contribution? Of the 4 points that I have mentioned, in the context of polarization of working hours and in the context of job sharing, one aspect applies to both areas. It is the redetermination of the quality of work, the so-called knowledge-based work that has to do with counseling, developing concepts, developing campaigns, etc. So it is all the work that is done in offices, at computers, in other words, and of course face-to-face. So this knowledge-based work can no longer be determined by physical alignments. So knowledge-based work and care work are aspects that are essential, relevant for our systems, and they need a redefinition of the quality of work. Thank you, Professor Funken, and we are looking forward to seeing you again this afternoon. Thank you.
Zu unserer Waage rüber.
Okay, we take a look at our scales. So there are 2 new ideas by Professor Funken and Elisabeth Keuten. I put them down on these 2 cards and I put them on the scales. So we have already achieved a bit more equality, but there's a lot more to do. So this actually is the end of our first session. So we have a short break where you can dial in and we continue with our breakout session. So if you've signed up for one of these breakout sessions that we're going to present in a minute, you received an email with a link, and we'll continue at 12:30 with these sessions. And those of you who would like to follow our main program will continue at 2:20. And after the break, we will hear contributions of Helena Dali and Franziska Giffey, and Martin will present the 4 breakout sessions to us. So we have workshop number 1 in English, Closing the Gaps. This is about the economical and social perspectives. Then there is workshop 2 on gender equality policies in and after the pandemic in German. Then there is the 3rd workshop on how to end violence against women. And then there is the 4th workshop on institutional gender equality strategies. So have fun Have a great break, and we will back at 2:20.
Liebe Zuhörerinnen und Zuhörer, liebe Zuschauer,
Well, distinguished guests,
für
viewers,
das Nach
we are happy to welcome you back to our afternoon session. And we hope that you had a great break and fruitful workshops. And
Vormittags
we've just heard that during our morning session we had more than 800 participants, and we are quite delighted to see that so many of you are interested in our topic. And we'll continue with keynotes of Helena Dalli, the EU Commissioner for Equality, and a keynote by Franziska Giffey, the Minister for Family Affairs. And of course, we'll have a Q&A session after these two keynotes, so please feel free to send your answers online or via our chat.
direkt
Our EU Commissioner Dalli, however, has to leave after her keynote speech, so her assistant will answer your questions, and you can either answer your questions either in German or in English. And of course, if you have any ideas, comments for our scales, you can share them on Twitter using the gender equality and generation equality hashtag. And now we would like to continue listening to the keynote speech of Helena Dalli, the EU Commissioner for Equality.
this afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We just wanted to welcome to the floor, and please fire away.
Okay, here goes. So, 25 years ago in Beijing, world leaders committed to achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls. The Beijing Platform for Action was a milestone. We honored this occasion last week during the General Assembly of the United Nations, and we promised to keep pushing for progress and to advance on gender equality and women's rights in the years to come. That is why I presented the EU Gender Equality Strategy in March this year. Our strategy is built on a vision of a Europe where all women and men, girls and boys in all their diversity can thrive, lead, and be free. We presented actions that will advance on gender equality when implemented in the coming 5 years. They will also help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The coronavirus pandemic makes this even more important and urgent than before. Around the world, the coronavirus pandemic and its socioeconomic consequences have magnified existing inequalities in our societies. There are worrying signs that past decades' progress on gender equality is slowing down, or even reversing in some cases. The coronavirus is sometimes used as an excuse not to make an effort to address inequalities. There are other priorities, they tell us. Indeed, but women are the majority of health and care workers and provide the most basic and essential services in our communities during the pandemic and otherwise. These are often low-paid jobs, undervalued, and often with precarious contracts. Job losses caused by companies having to close down during the lockdown have had a severe impact on sectors with high shares of female workers, such as tourism, hospitality, and retail sectors. We have also seen a rise in domestic violence against women during the lockdown. It is therefore crucial that both during and in the recovery from the pandemic, there is a gender-sensitive response. From the Commission's side, implementing the gender equality strategy is our gender-sensitive response. Its strong focus on gender mainstreaming means that all recovery initiatives are assessed through an equality lens, and all the actions included in the strategy to empower women in the labor market, to protect women from violence, and to improve gender balance in leading positions are more important than ever. So let us look at the current crisis as an opportunity. Women can be a driving force for change in the world. Creating a more gender equal Europe will create a more resilient Europe. But to value women's contribution in the recovery, we need to pay them fairly. The equal pay principle was set out in the EU's founding treaty 60 years ago. Yet, women today still do not receive equal pay as men doing the same work or work of equal value. It is a matter of simple human decency. And this is why I will present binding measures on pay transparency shortly. Pay transparency is a first but necessary step to detect, to acknowledge, and to address the problem of pay discrimination. But to really close the gender pay gap, we need to combine these with other actions that empower women in the labor market and ensure equal opportunities. We need to challenge persisting gender bias and stereotypes, break gender segregation across sectors, improve gender balance in leadership, and allow a decent work-life balance. In order for women to thrive, they must also be safe and free to lead the life that they choose. Therefore, we must do everything that we can to prevent and combat violence against women. It is no surprise that in recent months, reports of domestic violence have multiplied and calls to women's helplines have increased drastically. I agree with President von der Leyen that the Union must do more to strengthen the protection of victims and punish perpetrators of violence. The gender equality strategy sets out ambitious initiatives on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. I will continue to push to finalize the EU's accession to the Istanbul Convention, which is the benchmark for international rules on tackling gender-based violence as a key priority. Should the EU's accession remain blocked, we will propose measures to obtain the same objectives as the Istanbul Convention. Against this backdrop of multiple challenges to gender equality and women's rights, women should be at the core of designing and executing the pandemic response. Their voices must be heard in public debates, and they should be part of the decision-making on the coronavirus crisis response and in the recovery phase. Which brings me to the underrepresentation of women in decision-making, be it in parliament, government, business, or media. The Commission has presented a good tool to help close this gap on corporate boards. We are still working to get the support necessary so that this proposal becomes a directive. I call on all member states to help us to deliver on this initiative. To make progress real, we must work together to ensure that everyone, women, men, girls, and boys, in all their diversity, can thrive, lead, and be free. Thank you.
Commissioner Dalli, thank you very, very much. If you have another few seconds, I would like to ask you if you already shared so many ideas, but if you would like to add one specific idea on how to improve gender equality that we could add to our collection of ideas, which idea would that be?
Well, I think that the violence against women is the scourge of all our member states, I would say. So really, support for the Istanbul Convention by all member states. There are still 6 member states who don't support it, and therefore it cannot become EU law. And so I would point this because this is related to many other realities. It takes into it also women's economic independence, which then leads them to, if they are economically dependent on their abuser, then therefore it is more difficult for them to break away from this reality. So also women in decision making so that we have more women in the economy and more women in leadership positions. But an overarching problem that I see is violence against women, which affects all levels of society, and which is really something which keeps women back from really achieving equality.
Thank you, Commissioner, for pointing that out again. And yes, that is going to be a very important idea to be added to our stack. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and all the best for your work, and best regards to your colleagues on the Commission, and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Bevor es jetzt weitergeht mit der Q&A.
And before we start with our Q&A session with a representative of the EU Commission, we'll have another vote for you, another poll. We would like to know about the rate of women working part-time when they are married. So we prepared the following question. What is the extrapolated 30-year difference in average income for married women and men? So we have three options: 250,000 euros, 580,000 euros, 720,000 euros. What do you think if you extrapolate to 30 years? What is the difference?
Okay, also wir sehen hier eine Tendenz zu den...
So we can see a tendency, 720,000 euros. Well, actually, it's 580,000 euros, more than €500,000 euros. Well, this is quite a lot.
Die Waage auch noch nicht aus.
That's why we haven't achieved the balance here when looking at the scales, because it's 500,000. So we continue, and we're looking forward to hearing Lesha Radelitsky. She is a member of the Dali Commission. I would like to welcome her.
And for being willing to speak to us.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I was here to do the follow-up questions. So any questions that are coming in, I'm happy to answer.
Mm-hmm. Maybe while we wait for the first questions to trickle in, I have just one question for you that I would be interested in. Maybe we can start right there. Earlier today, we talked a little bit about EIGE and the Gender Equality Index. And the 2020 issue has not come out yet, but the 2019 edition of the Gender Equality Index very clearly showed that the domain in which there is the biggest discrepancy or the biggest gap between women and men is access to power or positions of power. That women, whether it be it political power, be it economic power, be it culture power, don't have nearly as much access to those positions as do men. You're working for the Commissioner on Equality. You're also working in Brussels. What is your perspective on this discrepancy? Do you see improvement in that area, particularly in Brussels, or what are the blocks or the roadblocks that we still need to get out of the way?
Yeah, well, I would like to make 3 points here. The first point is that when the Commission started its mandate, I think we were in a good moment, a moment that was a moment of change, in the sense that we had for the first time a commission that was being led by a woman. We had for the first time a commissioner appointed particularly for dealing with equality issues. And then also now we have a parity college. So I think that sets a good and positive message in the work that we want to do in making sure that gender equality is taken seriously, but is also put into practice. So with that positive setting and this political engagement of making equality and gender equality a priority, I think it's an opportunity that we need to grasp. Now, people might say, well, yeah, but we have gone through the COVID and things are maybe not in an ideal situation for that. Well, we are saying exactly the opposite. We're saying this also is an opportunity to make sure that from the start of dealing with the COVID and the recovery and the resilience plans, we need to make sure that equality and gender equality are part of that. Second point I want to make is the discussion, and you have pointed it out, and the commissioner spoke about it, is women in decision making. It has been put on the agenda again, and indeed it has been a bit difficult to get it through. It's been blocked for a while now. But if we look at what has happened in different member states about women in decision making, be it political or economic, we see that those countries that have legislation on that have been able to increase the representation of women in top positions. And so you're talking about how can we increase the power of women, access to power? Well, that's one way. And that brings me to my last point, because of course this is not the only way forward by saying we're going to make sure that we have certain targets we want to reach with women in top positions. The other thing on which we need to work clearly is combating gender stereotypes. And by combating gender stereotypes, that means that you try to look also from a very early stage. And I'm thinking of education, of skills, where we try to make sure that women and men, or rather girls and boys, in all their diversity can actually thrive in whatever they choose and want to do. And so by breaking those stereotypes, we could also see a greater diversity in different sectors and in different positions. Because at the moment we do see, for example, that we have 60% of graduates that are women, but that doesn't seem to reflect on the labor market in top positions. So that's in a nutshell my 3 points on that.
Thank you very much. And a reminder to our viewers online, feel free to post your questions to Leja Radelitsky, who's also speaking a little more broadly for the Commissioner for Equality of the European Commission.
I think we would have another question right here. So it appears that gender equality is a central question that touches upon all areas of life. However, too often this topic appears to be viewed as an isolated question that mainly or even exclusively regards women. So from your perspective, what can we do to position the quest for gender equality more centrally in our political world?
Well, there again, I will bring back the first point I made in my earlier intervention, is the political engagement that this commission took is one that clearly shows that equality and gender equality is not just an issue that stands on itself and is something that needs to be dealt with in the corner. No, the fact that it has received this political importance, be it in the actions that the president took, but also in the policies that we're putting forward, shows that it's not just something that one person can solve. Every decision, every priority that is put forward in the Commission is one that is taken by the whole college. So already that shows that there is a different mindset and a different approach. Secondly, what I would like to point out is that in our strategy, the strategy on gender equality, that's what we say. We want a Europe where women and girls, men and boys can lead, thrive, and be free, so that it's about equality for everyone. It's not just for women, it's for everyone. And so in our strategy, where we also point out that this is about making sure that equality is addressed throughout the spectrum of policies, that means that what we want to make sure is that the mainstreaming really happens throughout all the policies. Now, there is 2 ways or 3 ways of doing that we are applying at the moment. And the first one I will mention because it's a novelty that has been brought in through this mandate, and that is the setup of the Task Force on Equality. The Task Force of Equality sits in the office of the Secretary General of the Commission and is there to see that all the policies that are being put forward are mainstreamed, equality mainstreamed. So that means that when the work starts on a lower level in policy making, and I'm not just talking about equality policy, but I'm talking about finances, economy, labor, agriculture, fisheries, transport, research, education, and so on, that from an early stage, these are also looked at from an equality point of view, and that the equality approach is set in those policy proposals from an early stage, so that once it arrives to our level, meaning the political level, that we do the finalizing or the final touches, but that the grassroots work has been done already at an early stage. And so the same way that when we work on equality issues, we ask colleagues from different cabinets to work with us on our issues, the same way we work with our colleagues from other cabinets. To give an example, before the summer, there was a communication on skills, the skills agenda, where we worked very closely with the cabinet of Commissioner Schmidt that works on social affairs and employment. And there is a strong equality approach in that file. The same goes, for example, on education. A couple of weeks ago, the education package was presented, and there again, we worked closely with the commissioner responsible for education, and there is a very strong equality approach. So these are all ways where we will step by step make sure that equality is not just an issue that is dealt with only by our commissioner, but is taken up by all commissioners and in all policy areas.
We are now getting quite a few questions for you on Twitter, through our chat function. So I'm just going to read the first one to you. It's a short one. How will the EU gender equality strategy be monitored?
So there, indeed, this is a huge task that we stand in front of, because the gender equality strategy has a list of actions, and we need to make sure that these lists of actions are being put forward and implemented. So together with the task force, for example, we will be looking at that list and going through that on a regular basis and see whether we are able to fulfill those actions that we said we would put forward. I mean, for example, the pay transparency is one, and that will be coming out shortly. There is also the issue of the Istanbul Convention and anything related to gender-based violence and violence against women, where we will be looking into. There are other issues that are there that have already been delivered on, if we think about the digital sphere, or if we think about the education. As I said, we just had this report on education that was put forward. So that's how we go about.
Thank you very much. Another question we got in is concerning also the situation of migrant and ethnic minorities or minority women in Europe. And it says that I am missing the discussion in the debate. So what's your perspective on that specific field? And is there any relevant data or policy happening that you would like to point out?
Well, I don't know who asked the question or put that forward and saying that they are missing it. And I'm very sorry you're missing it, because then you've missed an important part of the work we did a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago, the Commissioner presented the EU Anti-Discrimination Action Plan. So that's one thing. And last week, we presented the framework, the strategic framework for Roma. And so all our work that we're doing has an intersectional approach. So while gender equality strategy refers to the other strategies and the other issues that we work on, all our strategies also refer to women and women in all their diversity. So that's how we interlink everything.
One person is wondering what concrete mechanisms or methods are in place that ensure that the elements of the EU gender equality strategy is actually being implemented in all levels of EU policy, and particularly how does gender mainstreaming work into this? Is this actually being applied? And also this person is wondering, how does the gender equality strategy play into the MFF and the Corona, I guess, rescue, or the funds addressing the Corona situation?
Yeah, on that first question, well, it's linked to the previous question that I received. So in that sense, the task force that I already presented is there to make sure that equality and gender equality is mainstreamed at all levels. So concretely, what has been happening is that the task force, when it was set up, it has a secretariat that sits in the Secretary General's office. It's a small secretariat, but it has the advantage of being in direct link with equality coordinators in every single DG. So every single DG, Director General, has a person that works on equality. So be it in transport, be it in fisheries, be it in human resources, be it in external action service, be it in development, be it in economy, be it in finances. All of those have an equality coordinator, and they are all linked to the task force, and they meet on a regular basis to exchange, coordinate, train, and so forth. So that's one part of the work that they do. The other part that we make sure that we mainstream the work is that any policy proposal that will be adopted by the commissioners in college goes through a process of inter-service consultation. And because we as a cabinet, but also we with the services, the DG that works for the cabinet or with the cabinet, are consulted on all the files, and vice versa, all the DGs are consulted on our files. So that's how we make sure that mainstreaming happens at all levels and for all subjects. So that was the first part of the question. The second part was about the MFF.
On the MFF?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So on the MFF, indeed, we have been calling on the gender mainstreaming of the MFF. And so if you look at the text of the gender equality strategy, there is the reference to the fact that the exercise of gender mainstreaming, the MFF will take place. So now that's what we are calling for, and we're looking at the different programs and ensuring that the different programs that are part of the MFF have a gender dimension. So if you look at, for example, the European Social Fund, the Cohesion Fund, and so forth, there is the notion of the principle of equality in those funds. On the COVID response, there also the Commissioner very early in the crisis, the start of the crisis, actually called out to the member states asking for a gender-sensitive response. Why? Because we did realize very quickly that the crisis had a gender impact, be it economically, socially, or from a gender-based violence point of view. We saw that women were disproportionately hit. And so therefore the response needs to make sure that this is taken into account. So in terms of gender-based violence and domestic violence, we organized a webinar with member state experts to look at what was happening in the different member states in order to facilitate the exchange of best practices. Mm-hmm. And so based on that, this will also be work that will be developed with the Gender Equality Institute over the next year. the same goes, for example, on the issue of recognizing the fact that women had been part of the essential and ongoing workers on the front line. So therefore being very present in solving or supporting the crisis. We also need to make sure that women are remaining on the labor market after the crisis, and also to make sure that women in the whole work-life balance approach that has been also put under the loop with everybody working from home, everybody teleworking, that this is not something that remains in the field or on the burden of women, but that is also taken up by men. So that's in a nutshell, quickly reply on this.
Thank you very much. One of our viewers is wondering how the EU gender equality strategy is being linked to the EU's action plan on women, peace and security and the UN Security Council Resolution 1325.
Yeah. So one of the other novelties of the gender equality strategy was the fact that we wanted to make sure that the EU internal policies were coherent with what we are doing EU externally on gender equality issues. So there is a big chapter on external actions in the gender equality strategy, and it refers to this topic of women in peace and security. This said, the External Action Service and Development Services are under High Representative VP Borrell and Commissioner Urpilainen are at the moment preparing actually the gender equality plan for external actions. And so that's how we make sure that this is linked, so that the two were presented this year and that we're working around the same issues and with the same approach.
As Europe is also the home of some very wonderful NGOs and foundations working in the field, so civil society, how can they support the Transparency Directive, but also the work of the Commission towards a more gender equal Europe?
Well, the work that civil society is doing is very important to us because it allows us to keep a pulse of what's happening on the ground. And for example, during COVID, this was important work in terms of gender-based violence, violence against women and domestic violence that helped us to flag immediately that things were not going well in that respect. And they were able to provide us with stories, with data. And so to us, this is very important. This said, there are specific programs for NGOs and civil society organizations. And for us, this is like the continuation of the Daphne program, as some of you may know. And so there are funds available where civil society can apply for funds, and so the support from the EU for that is available.
Great. Leja Radelitsky, thank you very much for addressing all these also big range of questions with us. That's wonderful. You'll be staying with us, or we'll be hearing more from you a little bit later when we discuss the findings of our workshops. But for now, thank you so much, and please enjoy the program until you'll be back.
Und wir machen jetzt gleich.
And we are now going to continue with our next big keynote. It's going to be the keynote of the Minister for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth. She will be with us in a second. And we would like to invite you to share ideas, proposals on Twitter with us in terms of how we can strike a balance here with the scales behind us. You can do it by using the Generation Equality hashtag. So share your ideas and proposals with us there. And you can also talk to each other there if you like. And before we listen to the keynote of the Federal Minister, let me point out that you can ask questions. You can ask questions that you might have for the minister in the chat.
Die Arbeit von UN Women kann
The work of UN Women can be supported by each and every one of us. The representative of the EU Commission just said how important the work of NGOs is, and UN Women can be supported, for instance, by becoming a member, by becoming a friend. You can also support the He for She campaign that tries to mobilize more men for the subject. So this is a good and important thing. And also the two organizations that are involved here should be mentioned. It is EIGE and the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, and both websites are probably known to you. They are great resources, knowledge resources, that is. All right, let us move on to our next keynote, which will be given by the Federal Minister for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth. And she's here, and I am sure that you all know her. A very warm welcome to you, Franziska Giffey. This is your stage, and we are looking forward to your keynote speech. Welcome again.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, hello to all technicians. It is wonderful that you're making this possible. You can't see this, but behind the cameras is a whole army of technicians, all kinds of screens, a lot of technology, and I have to say that I'm impressed. That we can organize such a conference is thanks to you. So a big thank you to everybody who is making this possible, technically speaking. Thank you very much for being here. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome Helena Dalli, the EU Commissioner, Ms. Scheele of EIGE, and also Ms. Regner, Deputy Executive Director of UN Women. And of course, I would like to say hello to Ms. Nordmeyer, the Chairwoman of UN Women Germany. I'm very happy that we are gathering here today because in many ways this is a very special year. It is 2020, a year that we will surely never forget. But this is also a year of women's policy anniversaries. It's not just a pandemic that has an impact on all of us, but we have something to celebrate. We want to celebrate the achievements that have been made in the last decades. Normally, our anniversary would have been much bigger, 40 years of the Convention on Women's Rights, 25 years of the Beijing Platform for Action, and 10 years of UN Women. And the good thing is, there is something to celebrate. And we would like to say hello to everybody who has fought for making this anniversary possible. Because behind all this data, there are many people who have committed themselves to fostering women's rights in all areas of life. It's both women and men. Thank you for the invitation to this conference. Together, we want to cooperate at a national, European, and international level. And it is also important to look back, to go on a little time travel. The Convention on the Rights of Women, for example, was adopted in 1979. At that time, the West German Chancellor was Helmut Schmidt, and in his cabinet there was exactly one woman, the Minister for Youth, Family and Health, Antje Huber. And there was still a lot of room for improvement in the Federal Republic of Germany in terms of gender equality. Women were allowed to work without their husband's permission, but all federal states were ruled by men at the time, and the share of women in the German Bundestag was under 8%. And marital rape was not punishable at the time. It was rendered a crime only in 1998. In the east of Germany, the situation was more advanced. There, it was natural for women to work. The employment rate of women was above 90%. But if you took a closer look, you could see that women were underrepresented in leadership positions. So there were much more men in leadership positions than women. And if you take a look at the Politburo of the Central Committee of the SED of 1979, there was not a single woman in it. Having said that, if you take a look at the last 40 years, one can say that we have come a long way, but we have not yet reached our goals. Women still have to fight against obstacles in Germany and Europe and also worldwide. They have to fight against the glass ceiling, poorer payment, and domestic violence. And we have seen also in times of the corona pandemic that women take on a much larger share of unpaid family and care work. The crisis has not made the last 40 years obsolete, but it shows us that there are still huge differences when it comes to gender equality. And things that have not yet been achieved have become much more visible during and because of the crisis. And you have been dealing with these topics here as well today. We would like to refer to the German sustainability strategy, with which we are implementing the United Nations Agenda 2030 for a more sustainable policy. And gender equality is one of the crucial goals of the agenda. The gender equality issue is an issue and topic for the future. So in which country, in which European Union do we want to live is the question that it comes down to, because it's a very natural demand. If half of the population consists of men, the other half of women, why shouldn't we then have 50% of women in executive positions? And this applies to the different areas and walks of life. So we want 50-50 in all areas of life, in other words. And the German government is also committed to fostering this target. In summer, we have done something that has so far been unique in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany. We had never had a joint gender equality strategy, and I'm very proud that I, as a Minister for Family Affairs, made sure that we have such a joint gender equality strategy across all the ministries. It bears the title Strong for the Future and provides for 67 measures, and all ministries have participated in order to foster gender equality in Germany. Because one thing is very clear, this topic is not just a topic for the Ministry of Women's Affairs or for those who deal with gender equality in their jobs. Everybody has to make a contribution. Having said that, the EU-German Council presidency we are using in order to send a clear signal for women's rights. We have put this on our agenda. And in doing this, we, the Ministry for Family Affairs and Women, focus on two topics. First, the economic empowerment and equal rights of women on the labor market. It is about the gender pay gap. It's about women in management positions. It's about the job-life balance. It's about different pay and the necessity of salary transparency. As we speak, a law is being debated here in Germany, a law on the equal participation of women and men in management positions, both in business and also in the public service. I, together with the Minister of Justice, submitted a draft, and it says that we want to ensure that in the future, at least one woman must be present for every 4 board members in listed companies and companies with co-determination. So we then have to say that in these contexts, we want to see at least one woman in the board, and this is a minimum. We think that this is not demanding too much. It's not too much to ask, and I hope that there will be agreement in the government coalition. And when it comes to the public sector, we also want to become a role model. By 2025, when it comes to management positions, we want to achieve parity in the public sector, so 50-50 by 2025. For some public authorities, this is going to be a huge challenge. I can tell you that in the Ministry of Family Affairs, this is already reality. And we have gained good experience with this because they are there, the good, the qualified, the skilled women. And we don't have to withdraw to arguments of those who say, well, you know, we don't have good women here, or they don't want to work. These are arguments that are unacceptable. The women are there in universities, in education, in high schools. I mean, they are out there. The excellent girls, the excellent women who have graduated from high schools and universities, and we need them to make progress in our country. And we focus on another aspect, violence against women. We want to combat violence against women. The second, that is the focus in the context of the EU Council presidency. More than 30% of European women have already experienced violence, 22% in their partnership. So violence against women is part of everyday life. And in Germany, for example, according to the Hellfeld data of police crime statistics, that is the data that tell us how many cases have been reported per year, there were more than 140,000 cases of domestic violence in 2018. And the majority of victims of domestic violence are women, that is 81%. And there can be and are devastating consequences because we have many partners or ex-partners that have even killed their wives or ex-partners. And the estimated number is that less than on every third day a woman is killed by her partner or ex-partner. And the estimated number of unknown cases is much higher. That is why, and we know this from our colleagues in Europe and elsewhere, this is why we have launched a campaign here in Germany. The campaign is called Stronger Than Violence. We launched it last year in Germany. And with this campaign, we want to ensure that we do not just talk about it, but that violence is recognized as early as possible, and that those affected and their families can find help quickly. We have stakeholders, we have organizations that commit themselves to stopping violence against women. We launched a huge web portal where we offer help and support, a very broad civil society alliance, and we also have businesses joining it. And during the corona pandemic, we have learned that it's important also to embark upon unconventional paths. I would like to give you an example. In the context of the Not Safe at Home campaign, we have learned interesting things. This Not Safe at Home campaign is a cooperation with supermarkets in Germany. 26,000 supermarket branches are joining us. These were the places where women could still go to during the crisis and where women could talk to other people. So we agreed with the supermarket branches that on their products, at the entrances and access, they point out that this campaign exists. They indicated our website and also our helpline. Now, look at this. This is a milk carton. This is a traditional milk carton, but it is special because here on this carton, you have information on our Not Safe at Home campaign. The question is, are you threatened by domestic violence at the moment, or do you know somebody who is affected by domestic violence? Here you find the respective information in terms of what you can do and where you can find help. www.stärkeralsgewalt.de, this is the website. And of course, you also find the helpline number here on the carton, the helpline that you can call in case of violence against women. This existed on tomatoes, on milk cartons, on hygiene products for women, and it found access to the kitchens, to the kitchen tables, to other places where you would normally not find information on this topic. And it's important. We want to continue to embark upon unconventional paths. And our helpline is also important. I already gave you the number of the helpline. We have more than 90 counselors who can be reached free of charge, 24/7, 365 days a year in 18 languages, free of charge. And this is a role model for and in Europe. And I want to use the EU Council presidency to improve the protection of women by launching specific and concrete measures. And of course, we asked ourselves, why do we still not have a uniform Europe-wide number for national help telephones that ensures that women everywhere can get help quickly and easily? And our idea is to have a Europe-wide number for national help phones. And it should be free of charge. Everybody should be able to call this helpline. And it can also be connected to other international services and offers. My colleagues and I agreed on this. We have already had extensive discussions on this. And it would be excellent if we could use the EU Council presidency to launch such a Europe-wide helpline. I'm sure that you heard it already last week. The European Trade Union Confederation published a study, according to which it will take another 80 years until we achieve equal salaries for women and men. So, in other words, after 2100. If we see how long it takes until we have parity in the German parliament or in boards of companies, then we are talking 100 to 104 years, and I have to tell you, this is way too long for me. This is why we have to act now and make progress now with a broad civil society alliance that will continue to work for women's rights and will keep up the pace at all political levels. And until that, we have to talk about women's issues. They can do everything. They want a lot. And it's not about talking a nice to have or something like that. No, we are talking about the question of how peace, prosperity, and development can be guaranteed in our countries by tapping potential fully, 50-50 to 100%, in other words. So let us work on this. Thank you very much, and all the best for your future activities. Never give up. Keep going. Keep working. Thank you very much. Federal Minister, Dr. Giffey, thank you so much. It would be great if we could have a short Q&A with you. There's a microphone here on the chair, so you don't have to take this one with you. Okay. And of course, we are going to do social distancing. And we would like to start with the following question. It is a question of Karin Nordmeier, the chairwoman of UN Women Germany. Here's her question. We are still in the gender equality year of 2020, and the year has developed totally differently than we had expected and hoped for and planned for. As an important future-proof project is the establishment of the National Gender Equality Institute. And she's asking, how can we support you in order to have the institute start working in January 2021? Well, we have organized everything, basically. The National Gender Equality Institute, of course, is going to be a location and place where gender equality-related discussions will be held, where actors that work on gender equality in Germany can actively come together and exchange their views and experiences. And it is also a symbol, something that symbolizes how important this topic is for our country. And what have we done? The two government parties in the Deutsche Bundestag, that is the CDU and the SPD, will get support from us. We provided support in terms of how to word the statute of the Institute. And of course, we have seen many discussions. There is an agreement between the two coalition partners now. They agreed on this National Equality Institute. There's still some things that need to be sorted out. But I have to tell you one thing. When it comes to the SPD, the Social Democrats, you're preaching to the converted. And we, together with our coalition partner now, try to achieve as much as possible, but the signals from both parties tell us that both want the Institute. We have earmarked the respective funds for this, and we hope that this year we can make progress in our parliament. We hope that the foundation can happen in the near future. And wherever you can talk about it, please talk about it. Parliamentarians and other stakeholders and other people have heard it, but it still makes sense to remind people of the foundation of this institute. And you're optimistic that it could work already next year? Yeah, this is our plan. I mean, we have one more year in government, and our goal is to have this Gender Equality Institute being founded during our term. We hope that they already start working during our term. And we have earmarked money for this already. It is already part of our budget, and it is a very clear goal that they start working in 2021. This is going to make Ms. Nordmeyer very happy, and I'm sure that UN Women is going to contribute to this. We have questions for you, and let me read them out for our viewers. The second question is very interesting. Dear Ms. Giffey, when will the legal quota, 30, 40, 50% come for supervisory boards and boards of management in big stock-listed companies and corporations? Well, we have the executive position law already in place. And we already have a quota for supervisory boards, 30%. 5 years ago, when the law was adopted, there was a huge outcry. People said, wow, this is going to result in the decline of the German business sector. Of course, this didn't materialize. We have 35.2% of women in supervisory boards nowadays. And based on the evaluation of this law, it has become very clear that without this legal regulation, we would have never achieved more than 35% of women in supervisory boards. So it is very clear that the legal framework, this legal bindingness, has resulted in an improvement of the situation. And this can also be seen if you take a look at the boards of big corporations, because there is no quota, no legally binding quota. And in the boards of management, we still have 10% of women. And the Albright study shows that the number is sometimes even under 10%. But during the crisis, the number of women has even gone further down. So if companies decide to shrink or to have their boards of management shrink, then it is the women who have to go first. And this is totally unacceptable because, yeah, it is a no-go. It is unacceptable that we have so few women who are appropriate for these posts. This is what people often say they don't want, they're not qualified enough, but that's not true. We are not talking about an unqualified person put her into an executive position. No, we need to tap our potential fully. And if we do this voluntarily, we obviously are not going to make progress. This is why we have suggested, when it comes to reforming and amending this executive position law, to say, okay, we want a legally binding quota for women. At least one woman in a board, every fourth person has to be a woman. This is an agreement. However, we still see and have intensive debates on this. I hope that we will eventually agree. I hope that we will eventually embark upon this path. So the supervisory board quota should not just apply for the 150 companies, but it should apply for 600 companies. It has to be extended. These are two things that have not been included in the coalition agreement. I know this. The coalition agreement only says that if a company says we have target zero women in executive positions, and if they don't give reasons for this, then this company can be sanctioned. And this is what we are going to do. But a reason, I mean, you always come up with a reason. It's not enough if you really want to make change happen. This is why we want more. And the new, beyond coalition agreements, is that there is an evaluation of this draft. And the evaluation says voluntary approaches are of no use. We need legally binding things.
Well, we have another very similar question that ties in nicely with here. How can the civil society or NGOs support you, all of us together, help you empowering women on governing boards? Well, I was quite happy to see that there was a press conference of a civil society organization of women saying that it's, well, we can't tolerate the current situation, and they have this hashtag, I want, and they explain that this is not true. Women do want to be in a leading position. So, and you can Christine Lamprecht and we made this draft, and it's on the table, and we would like this draft to be adopted, and we need debate going on and a call to action, because if there are no legal requirements, we won't make any headway. Otherwise, it will take 100 years, and that's far too long. There's another question touching upon a broader topic. What would you like to do in order to improve the work-life balance? This is one of the main topics when talking about the question as to how women can be more present in the labor market. So childcare is important. This is what we have noticed during the COVID crisis. So we invest in childcare. We invested more than 5 million euros under the nursery law. We would like to have them to provide full daycare. And during the crisis, we released another million for more kindergartens. And of course, full-time daycare for school children is also something we invested in, as well as digitization, because if we want to have equal opportunities here, we need better childcare. And of course, we also paved the way for reform of parental allowances, because we want both to work part-time, men and women, and to take care of the family. So we have incentives, we've improved childcare, and of course we have to show more appreciation for critical workers in order to close this pay gap. During your speech, you have mentioned a number of measures and actions, and our viewers know that we have the scales here, and you can see that this is not really a balance between men and women. This is symbolized by the scales. Do you have an idea that is particularly important in order to promote equality? Then we put this on the scales. Well, I believe that we have to realize that equality is not only a topic of women's policies. It's quite interesting to see two men sitting here. Usually it's women only at conferences talking about equality, but this does not reflect reality. So we need an allyship between men and women fighting together for equality. So we really need equality based on the support of men and women. So last year we celebrated 100 years of the right for women to vote. There were a lot of women fighting for this 100 years ago, but they were supported by men. Of course, there were some men who disagreed, but we will only be able to make headway if we're supported by men and women. We would like to foster a modern society, and then we need men helping and taking part in care work. That's great, but I have another question. We have the presidency of the European of the EU Council, and what is your perspective? Do you think that people in Europe are really open to this topic? Well, let's say we have a meeting of equal opportunities ministers. Then, of course, men are in favor of equality. But when it comes to this topic, there will be more women than men. But when we really turn to implementation, then it's men taking action, and this needs to change. And of course, during the German presidency, we would really like to prioritize this, because the question is who's really affected by this crisis, and women are hit hardest by the crisis because there is this pay gap, and then they are critical workers, but these are poorly paid jobs, and there's also this gap when it comes to pensions. We need to close this gap. This is a European topic. And I think there are a lot of positive developments going on within the member states and all those who cooperate with us. But of course, there are differences between the member states, and the more conservative
noch über das Konservative hinaus
the governments are,
sind, desto weniger wird oft
well, the less people commit themselves to equality. So we really need to address these issues where there's a threat of a rollback. Then there's another question often fueling our debates. So what about the marital splitting that we have in German tax law? Well, when it comes to the work-life balance, money, it's all about money. And usually, this tax regulation is even an incentive for men working more and women staying at home. So this incentive is really wrong, because this benefits men being the breadwinner. And we had an exchange with our Swedish colleagues last year, and I asked them, well, they made so much progress. How was this possible? And they told me, well, we do individual taxing, and we introduced this in 1971. And this is really key here. And I think this is definitely one of our major challenges for the future, because we need to do away with splitting the difference in spousal income. And this is something we couldn't agree with our coalition partner. But in the next terms to come, we definitely need to change this. This can be a game changer, and I would love to see this happening. Then there's another question.
Berufliche Chancen.
What can we do in order to promote equal opportunities, equal job opportunities? Well, we've had this discussion in the European Council. Labor and Social Affairs ministers met, and, well, many people said we need more women taking up jobs that are usually done by men. And I don't think this is correct. Of course, we want girls and boys to choose freely what they would like to do for a living, but there's no point in having women doing men's job. But we need to pay just more, especially in jobs that are usually done by women, because then men will also do these social and critical jobs. In Germany, there is an initiative which is called Free of Stereotypes. And the wife of our president is actually organizing this initiative. And we realized that these stereotypes, they start very early at kindergarten. So who is the nurse, for example? So maybe we can try and turn these cliches around so that children can already get a different mindset.
Der Gender Equality Index, den Sie sicherlich auch.
The Gender Equality Index that you are surely familiar with illustrates quite clearly that there is a lot of inequality when it comes to access to power, whether it's politics or business. And you work in Berlin, which is the center of power, so to speak. Maybe you can tell us about the obstacles that you have been facing, and maybe there's a lesson to take home with.
Ist alles nur immer schwierig.
I think, well, it's difficult if you focus on obstacles only. There were a lot of men supporting me, and I think this is what we should also point out. Men are not just preventing women from having access to power. So, of course, you have to use this support. And what I would like to see is changing our infrastructure. For example, when you have political parties and you want to put up candidates for elections, then you need to have more women on these lists, because in parliaments. It is important to have parity. All those who do have lists with equal shares of men and women, well, then things can change. And I hope that this law on the equal participation of men and women in Brandenburg will succeed, because this is quite an important signal. We want a society that is able to reflect this idea of 50-50 in parliaments, because if you have women having access to power on a regional level, then we will be able to adopt better measures to promote childcare, for example, because this will help all women in their spheres of life. Of course, there are always people disagreeing, but in this case, you really need to fight. It definitely is a fight, and without fighting, you won't win. Though it's not about women wondering whether they are really able to do this, but they need to show some self-confidence and saying, well, I'm able to do this, I can do this. So we really need to strengthen this will by role models, people encouraging each other, helping each other, leading the way and empowering other women. Minister, I think we have time for one more question. International politics. What can Germany do in order to promote equality in the global south, for example? Well, this is a question of our development policies. I've just received a book about exactly this question. We will only be able to achieve global prosperity if we invest in women. It is called the double X economy. So it's not something that is nice to have. If we use female capital, this double X economy, then we will be able to change the world for better, to make a real difference, because development policy in Germany really wants to support women in the economy. And of course, we need to promote women's rights all over the world. We need to fight genital mutilation in Germany and internationally, because women's rights and the participation of women is not something that needs to be taken into account in a European context, but in an international context. This is also one of the core tasks of UN Women, and the funds that are used need to be spent on the empowerment of women and girls in order to help them shape the future. Minister, thank you for this exchange, and I think partnership is something that we need to put on the scales, and maybe you would be so kind to put this card on our scales. There's a pen.
Ein Stichwort draufschreiben.
So you just can put down a buzzword and put it on the scales.
Wir hoffen, dass wir bis
And we do hope that we will able to strike a balance here by the end of the conference.
Das ist genau
So
die Seite.
So the culture of partnership and the values of partnership. This is what I put down here.
So, die Waage ist etwas schwer von Bewegung.
So it's quite difficult to strike a balance here. Minister, thank you very much for being here today, and all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Damit sind wir ja auch schon wieder an der Waage angekommen. Wir freuen uns sehr.
Well, we get back looking at our scales, and we were quite happy to add this idea. And you may remember Helena Dali also presented an idea that we would like to put on the scales And the scale actually is shifting a bit towards equality, and we're quite happy to see that.
Zu einem nächsten Block angekommen.
So, and now we'll have another session, and we will listen to the outcome of our breakout sessions, discussing with our experts, but there is another vote that we had because we talked about women on boards and women having access to power, and this is a problem that is can be encountered everywhere. Even if the majority of employees is female, well, this company has still the same problem. In Germany, 75% of employees in cooperative banks are female. And my question is, but what is the percentage of women on boards of these cooperative banks? What do you think? How many of the 1,936 board positions in Germany are filled by women? And you have 3 options. The numbers are not really high.
Was haben wir denn? Schon die Ergebnisse kommen herein.
These are the results.
Sie ahnen es leider schon vor den Bildschirmen.
And actually, you are quite right. 88 women on these boards in Germany. And this illustrates very clearly that there remains a lot to do. There's room for improvement. And now we would like to discuss the outcome of the breakout sessions. So many of you signed up for these sessions and participated in these sessions. Now we would like to look at the results, and we will proceed as follows. We will discuss the outcome with our experts. Actually, we have 6 experts. 3 experts will be here, and we will discuss with the other 3 experts virtually, and we try to shed some light on the results, and we will have representatives from these workshops, and they will present their results. So during our discussion, to make it really easy, I would like to ask our viewers to raise their hand if you would like to comment. But of course, you can also just take the floor. So the discussion here and our digital discussion. And we try to combine the two. So I would like to ask Mrs. Behrens, Professor Funken, and Elisabeth Keuten to proceed to the stage. Daniela Behrens is the head of the Unit for Equality at the Family Ministry, and Professor Funken has already given a speech today. She's a sociologist, and Elisabeth Keuten from UN Women Beijing Plus 25 Youth Task Force. And we also have 3 experts joining us virtually, and they will stay with us for these 3 rounds. We have Dagmar Schumacher, Director of the Brussels office of UN Women, Leisha Radelecki. She is a member of the Cabinet of the EU Commissioner for Equality, and Jolanta Reingarde from EIGE. And we are happy to welcome you to this session, and we can start right away with the first session. And of course, we would also like to welcome our experts from the first session, Mrs. Dr. Ursula Schäfer-Preuß, the Executive President of UN Women Germany, and Blandine Mollard, Research Officer of EIGE. So I think we can start right away. Mrs. Mollard, Mrs. Schäfer-Preuß can start and tell us more about the first breakout session.
Thank you very much. I will do this in English as our workshop was in English. Our main calls to action were four: legal regulations to enforce the principle of equal pay for equal work and work for equal value. This had the most votes. Then the second call for action will be gender-just regulation of companies on mandatory human rights due diligence along their supply chains. And then the third call for action, while the third vote is split into two. This is for fair division of paid and unpaid work and minimum quota for women in senior management positions, that means supervisory and executive boards in the private sector and, let me see, in public sector, science and administration. We have talked about that quite a bit already. The minister made reference to that. So these were the four calls to action with 3 ranks. Thank you.
Wonderful. Planit Mulat, wollen Sie etwas hinzufügen aus der...
Would you like to add anything regarding the first breakout session?
We had a really interesting...
Wir hatten wirklich eine
And I would really like to encourage everyone to vote for the call for action relating to a fairer distribution for paid and unpaid care. This is a topic very close to my heart, so everyone vote for it, please.
Das ist in der Tat ein sehr wichtiges Thema. Auch die Erinnerung noch einmal an unsere Zuschauer.
Yeah, an interesting topic. Please let us remind our online viewers, you can ask questions to the panelists. Please write your questions into the chat if you have any. Now I would like to open the discussion and ask you, both remotely connected and also you physically present here, what are your responses to those calls for action? What are your impressions? Ms. Behrens, yes, the debate about the distribution of paid and unpaid care work. I mean, that is a debate that we have seen in Germany as well, because we know that the key to job-life balance is exactly this. The key to professional advancements is a fair distribution of care and family work. So it is happy to hear that you discussed this in this session. We created an alliance in Germany on fair share in terms of care work, hoping that we can cooperate with civil society actors and talk to them, but also to others about this. We are still in an infant stage. When it comes to women in executive positions, we talked about this already. We have a respective draft on the table. We hope that it will eventually be adopted, and we know that in the European Union there is a directive on women in executive positions. Unfortunately, it has not yet received a majority. We have to dissolve the blockade that still exists. So all these calls for actions and topics are topics that we have been discussing intensively in the last time and weeks. Professor Dr. Funken, I think you would like to add something. Yeah, I totally subscribe to what you have said. The initiative that you mentioned and launched is very interesting and important. An important point of entry, an important argument to sort of encourage this argument is what I said earlier. That is a new definition of the quality of work. Because to demand that paid and unpaid work will be balanced and distributed is good, but then you will hear the arguments like, this is not work, this is not real work, and it is natural for everybody. We need a redefinition of what work really is, and what criteria are there in order to define work, in order to determine work. And this is a debate that we have already had in the context of digitization of work, because the so-called knowledge workers that do no longer contribute physical power and other traditional features in order to define their work. I mean, this is basically redefining and redetermining work, and many of the demands that have been put up there also apply to so-called care work and to the many, many invisible care workers, even the ones that are paid. I mean, there, many things are also intransparent, and they get poor pay, and they are not paid according to collective agreements. And many of these women get less than 1,100 euros per month because they work part-time and because their industry is not really recognized. So I totally subscribe to what you have said. I support you in your efforts, and I think this is a good and strong argument if we redefine the quality of work and work in general. Okay, so it is also about the gender care gap. This is basically what we are discussing here. So, Ms. Schumacher. And Mrs. Radelicki and Ms. Reingart, you take a look at all these things from a European perspective. If I remember it correctly, the gender care gap in Germany is 90 minutes. So 1.5 hours of work that women work more per day. So what about the European perspective? Is there anything that we can learn from other countries in terms of the gender care gap?
Can I come in on this?
Sehr gerne.
Yeah. As you know, last year we adopted the Work-Life Balance Directive that specifically addresses this. So it looks at how we can make sure that leaves are taken up equally by women and men, and including for carers. So there is a piece of legislation on the table, and our task will be in the coming years to see how it is implemented and that it is implemented throughout the EU in the member states. So that's a first point that I would like to make. And I think that earlier on, I also referred to it in my intervention, is how we, with this whole crisis, have all experienced working from home and combining our home/caring duties with our professional life. What we've seen coming out of this is, an increased teleworking on the one hand, and on the other hand, put forward by member states some special, what some have called Corona leaves. And these are good examples of increased work-life balance proposals, and I think that we need to build on those. This said, I think that we also need to remain vigilant on how we build on those. And as I mentioned before, the thing is that with the teleworking, we need to make sure that once we get out of this crisis, that the teleworking is not only used by women, and therefore women remaining working at home and trying to do everything from home while men go back to offices. That's one thing. And also for these special Corona leaves that have been put forward by some member states, in some cases we can see that at a very early stage of the crisis, both women and men have been taking them up equally. But as we have advanced and moved away from a crisis situation and kids going back to school more and more, it was more women that were taking them up and men going back to work. So again, there we need to remain vigilant and make sure that this continues being used equally.
Can I come in here?
Auf jeden Fall, sehr gerne.
Okay, hello. Yes, I fully agree with the points that Lesia raised and already sharing some of the examples and some of the work that is being done in Europe. And I think we have really advanced a lot. And I would also say we have also advanced at the global level, because you were asking for good examples. We do have the Sustainable Development Goals framework, and we have goal number 5. I'm sure this has been discussed already a lot during this day. And many of the targets regarding equal pay, fair distribution of the work in the household, for care and non-paid care work, are already enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals. So we need the political will and the action to really put this in motion. On the equal pay, I also want to mention one issue is the equal pay. The other issue is the equal pension that women women will be getting once they are getting into retirement. It's something that worries me a lot, particularly with many women working part-time, not having the full payments to the pension fund, and possibly falling into poverty once they reach retirement age. So I think this is also something that needs a lot of attention. I think it's really important to always put the equal pay discussion with the equal pension fund discussion together. I also want to mention, of course, we have a great opportunity in the context of the Generation Equality Forum and the Beijing +25 discussions. We have these 6 action coalitions that are currently being developed. Germany is, as you have heard, part of the action coalition as one of the leaders on economic justice. So I think Germany really has a great opportunity to push these agenda forward in the context of the action coalitions together with the other action coalition leaders. And then one issue which is also close to my heart is, of course, the Women on the Board Directive, which is blocked still at the European level, although we see a lot of good progress at country level in some of the countries. And it's really important to have the political will to really push this directive forward once and forever. Thank you, Elle.
Vielen Dank. Es wurde gerade schon
Thank you very much. It has just been mentioned. Elisabeth Keuten, you are here to focus on the Beijing Platform for Action. You are a representative of the young generation. I know you cannot speak on behalf of all young people, but here's a very general question for you. The issue of work and distribution, how is it perceived by young people? Is there anything that makes you confident and positive? Well, it is definitely a topic that young people discuss, no question about that. Even though we do not have a lot of specific work experience yet. But we do talk about these things. We do ask ourselves, in which area can I work as a woman, as a man? Where will I be respected and recognized? Where are my job opportunities? What do I study? I know many young women who thought about studying technology, mathematics, natural science subjects, etc. And they didn't do this because they were too afraid of the study programs and of whether they will eventually really find a job. And I think this is where we have to make change happen. Not just look, what about the distribution of work amongst those who are already on the labor market, but what about the situation at colleges and universities? What can we do in order to empower women to assume jobs that are normally just occupied by men? How can we also support men to assume jobs that are normally done by women mostly? So definitely there are discussions amongst young people, and more young people dare do this and dare discuss these things. But our generation basically mirrors what is reality at the moment. Things are dissolving and getting better, but there are still issues. Now, you're part of this panel, and you are sharing the panel with representatives of the Ministry of the European Commission, which is a great chance. So what should they do to get more people into these science and technology subjects? Any wishes that you would like to share with the others? Well, maybe more advice centers and counselors in universities. More counseling, more tutoring for women when it comes to IT, mathematics, and natural science subjects. I think this can empower us a lot. If young women notice, hey, I'm not the only one in this study program, there are also other women. So let us go and study together. And also financial support. That's another big topic. Maybe more scholarships that are specifically tailored to women in those jobs. That is, women in men or male jobs and vice versa. Here is a question for Jolanta Reitengart and Bladine Mollars, our EIGE representatives, in other words. What methods work particularly well in order to attract young women, girls, when it comes to these subjects? Technology, IT, and mathematics.
Good afternoon. I think here we could probably speak about the responsibility of different actors in which play a very important and substantial role in that. Of course, first of all, yes, we need to think about how to really improve the whole kind of career advice and counseling centers already at the level of a secondary school, that they wouldn't really advise young people in a way that would actually push them to choose very, very traditional pathways, and actually how to overcome gender stereotypes already starting from a very early level of education. So that's very important, because people already, young women and men, already since very early age start thinking about what they want to be when they grow up. Therefore, I think starting from pre-primary and primary education and then secondary education, I think there are many actors that have to think of and how to improve that. Then, of course, we have higher education institutions and programs. And we heard a lot of criticisms about it, that, for example, STEM programs, they're very narrowly profiled towards very technical subjects, that they're really missing very important disciplines related with some, let's say, social skills, communication skills, and that are really relevant for the current labor market. And that could actually attract more girls. We even heard ideas about how to actually convert STEM into STEAM and to add an element of liberal arts into the program of STEM. That could really kind of make those programs much more attractive. And we also don't need to forget also employers, because employers who are recruiting people to work in the STEM sector, because we know that in that sector we also have a number of structural problems that are pushing women out of it. So if girls will see that from the early age, that they are not welcome there, that there are serious problems there, I don't know, starting from obstacles to make career progression to sexual harassment in the STEM professions, it's very likely that girls will decide not to go there. Therefore, it's a complex problem, and it's a really shared responsibility of quite a number of actors who are involved in that sector.
Herzlichen Dank für diese Perspektive, generell auch an Sie.
Thank you very much for this perspective. And dear viewers, we would like to invite you to ask questions to our panelists. And you have the chat area, and there you can type in your questions. We have a question for Professor Dr. Funken, and here it is. When it comes to care work, there seem to be international developments, or care work is internationally intertwined and connected. For instance, if care workers move from one country to another in order to become active or work there, can you shed light on this connection? So the gender inequalities when it comes to care work, but maybe you can also say something about the international dimension.
I think this is not a typically German or national problem, but care work is still associated with being female, serving and doing work for others. And I think this is also what we see worldwide. And as you've just mentioned, we have a lot of female workers coming here to do precarious jobs in a very poorly paid sector. And this association, and that's why I have mentioned this new definition of the quality of work, the soft skills, including social and psychological skills, and care quality. This is, of course, a strong field internationally. And of course, I can't speak on behalf of the countries and providing facts and figures for all the different countries. But what I would like to emphasize is that usually people tend to associate this with female skills, traditional skills that we know from the role of women playing in their families, and they are not really recognized in our sectors, because if we look at leading positions in hospitals, speaking of doctors, we can see that no matter how skilled a woman is, the leading role, the leading position is still performed by men, and women are less recognized. Thank you very much for answering this question. So this is almost the end of our first round. Each round will take about 20 minutes. I would like to thank Dr. Schäfer-Preuß and Blandine Mollard for taking part in this first round and presenting these calls to action. So I think we should continue with the second round, and the other three experts will remain with us, and Martin will be the facilitator of next round. And the next round is about equality policy during the corona pandemic and even in the wake of this pandemic. It's quite a current topic, and I would like to welcome Mrs. Voithoff. She is a member of the German Trade Unions Association, and Elke Ferner. She is a board member of UN Women Germany. Mrs. Ferner? Hello, and we can hear you. That's great. Mrs. Ferner and Mrs. Voithoff, you will present the calls to actions to us. So what you discussed during your workshops. First of all, I would like to thank you. It was quite an interesting round. I hope our round will be equally interesting. Well, during all these conferences today, this is an important question, the impact of this crisis on women. Well, what was quite tricky, we tried to combine different calls in one call to action, overcoming traditional roles when it comes to improving the framework of care work and improving the employment model, and of course strengthening critical sectors, that is healthcare, retail, and of course calling for men to do care work. And the second point is introducing an equality check, because we shouldn't adopt any measure that's not promoting equality. So we really need to check each measure for equality. So even measures that have already been adopted, and always introduce gender mainstreaming. And of course, we also need decision-making bodies with an equal participation of men and women, and adopting the German law on leading positions. And of course, Germany should really support the Istanbul Convention.
Frau Voithoff, haben Sie dazu noch eine Ergänzung?
Mrs. Voithoff, would you like to add something? I think Elke Ferner presented this very nicely also, and that we tried to find a way to combine different calls in one call to action. So I would like to ask our panelists or our audience whether they have any questions or comments to make.
Von Elke Ferner auch.
Well, I'm happy to add something on the Women on Board Directive, because this is really true. Germany has abstained from the vote. Other countries, they voted no. And of course, during the EU presidency, we have talked to many countries, especially those who are against this directive, because we really want to know why they're against it. And maybe there have been some changes, and maybe we can help and convince them, because at the ministry in Germany, at the family ministry, of course, we are in favor of this directive. And if it was our decision, then of course we would immediately support this directive. And the Chancellery is not against this directive, but for the reason of subsidiarity, they have abstained from the vote because they said it's not up to the European Union to decide. It's a question of subsidiarity, and it's really up to the member states to decide this, and the European Union should not interfere. This is the debate. We, on the other hand, think that the European Union should interfere, and we think the European Union presented very good ideas. And of course, the law in Germany on women in leading position is already a good thing. And of course, we would try to promote and foster this EU directive. So we don't think that the prospects are that bleak. But have there been any statements from the Chancellery that make you feel so optimistic? As a woman from northern Germany, I'm always optimistic because we keep discussing with our colleagues from the Chancellery and other countries, Sweden, the Netherlands, Denmark. They all they have all been against it. So, but we keep talking to everyone, and of course we call upon Europe to in order to make these countries change their minds. We talked about an equality check that was called for, and the European Union seems to have introduced something similar, because we heard about a procedure on legislation,
geprüft werden.
Well, on a procedure checking legislation for gender equality. Maybe this could act as a leading model for national equality checks. It's a question to Leila from the European Commission.
Ich glaube, das Mikrofon ist.
I think the microphone is not activated, so maybe you should unmute yourself.
Here I am. Sorry about that. No, I just wanted to ask, could you repeat the question, because I'm not sure that I understood what exactly you're talking about or you're referring to. An equality check?
Okay, genau, eine Forderung war ja, dass es einen Gleichstellung.
Well, there was this claim for an equality review, a equality check. So in an ideal world, all drafts, all legislative proposals should be checked for their potential to promote equality. And we have heard this morning that there is a similar procedure within the European Commission, and maybe our national states can learn from this.
Well, as I mentioned before, we have the way that we try to ensure gender mainstreaming and equality mainstreaming, and this equality check that you referred to is this different approaches at different stages that I have explained earlier on, which is through the task force. So work with the task force and the DGs across all policy fields and at all levels and at different moments of the policy drafting. And then when it comes to the political level, again, we are also involved in discussions finalizing the texts on other policy areas, and the same way colleagues are involved in the work that we are doing. So yeah, I mean, everybody would be encouraged to have a gender mainstreaming approach, of course, but I think that countries also know what works in the countries, and and what doesn't, because all member states have different formats and way of working. But it's the gender and equality mainstreaming approach that we encourage very much indeed.
Vielleicht gleich eine Anschlussfrage an Leja Radelitsky.
I have a follow-up question to you. I will sum up this question.
Gender Mainstreaming stärken ganz besonders.
How can the European Commission promote gender mainstreaming, especially when it comes to sustainability and the fight against climate change?
Well, it's the same approach as I have mentioned before. So whenever Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans is putting forward a proposal related to climate change, we have a look at it and we work with his cabinet and make sure that the equality approach is put forward in his proposals.
Das Session-Thema war ja Gleichstellungspolitik in und nach der.
So the question is equality policy during the corona pandemics and afterwards. And we have already heard about these stereotypes that sometimes prevent us from living the life we want to live. So maybe it's a question to all our panelists here. Do you think that this pandemic can help us to overcome these stereotypes so that due to this pandemic, people sometimes have to switch roles? Or do you agree with Professor Funken that this pandemic may make the situation even worse? Well, I believe that this pandemic won't change any gender stereotypes. But it helps us to focus on equalities and on stereotypes. And maybe this is really a call to action, to really challenge these roles and stereotypes and find new ways of shaping our future. Professor Funken. Well, I think that even before we were facing this pandemic, young people were irritated about these role models, because we know that young men, they would like to be fathers and they want to work less and they don't want to copy the role model of their fathers. And we know that young women would love to work, many young women would like to love more, because maybe their mothers also wanted to work more. They want to be great mothers, but they also want to make a career, have a career and be successful. So I would like to call upon the big corporations. They have these problems of the pandemics and the young people and the role they want to play. So if they want young people to work for them, young talents,
wenn sie die nicht nur gewinnen wollen, sondern auch halten wollen,
if they want to win them over but also retain them, then they need to act in a fair manner. And this is really important when it comes to gender equality. This is one of the most important calls to action.
die Belange der Frauen berücksichtigen.
You need to take into consideration what women want. You need to support them, but at the same time, you shouldn't forget about men.
Familien gründen.
Because men and women, they would like to be a family. And if men change their attitude, then we should to make use of this in order to promote equality. I couldn't agree more. You are right. The pandemic as such is not sufficient to help promote equality. It's a myth. A woman is each woman is born to be a mother, and women who are not mothers will not be happy. They actually want to be a mother and they don't want to work. This is a myth. It is a stereotype. And young generations can help to overcome this myth. And this pandemic may help us to do this because companies and men realize what care work actually means when it comes to the social life, taking care of patients, of sick people. We have demographic problems, so I really do hope that this pandemic may help here. Of course, it won't change our stereotypes, but we may use this in order to make a difference. I'm really hopeful here. Men should be courageous and fight for more parental leave. I don't want to work 80 hours per week. So men should be more courageous and fight together with women. I agree with Professor Funken. This is definitely true. There are some weak signs. Corporations should do more to find young talents, to retain them. But if you make a reality check, you will realize that, well, the countries, the state, they need to support these developments. If you look at parental allowance, you will see that young men, young fathers, they don't really take up this offer. So when you look at companies choosing executive positions, then you realize that they tend to ignore women, which is 50% of our population. That's why we discuss legal regulations, regulations on parental allowances, benefits. Maybe we should force fathers to stay at home, and maybe we should force companies to promote part-time working. The development that we have seen in the past 30 years have shown that this is not only about a social debate, but we need legal regulations. We need both. We need to discuss stereotypes, because if I look at Sweden or France, well, Germany is really lagging behind. For example, when it comes to being a bad mother, in Germany we even have a special term for being a bad mother. So we need legal intervention here in order to promote a better work-life balance. We have come a long way, but I think when it comes to care work within the families, when it comes to caring for children, it's not only about having more kindergartens and full-time schools. We need more legislation to encourage men to stay at home.
Can I respond to this? Yes, for sure. Elke Ferner also wants to say something, Jolanta, and maybe Elizabeth also wants to say something. So you can start. Yeah, let me be very brief. I totally agree with you, and I am a sociologist by heart, and I would say that the businesses are the blockading actors. Young men do not continue to work because they want it, but because they earn more, because they can professionally advance much better than women. So I agree, we need state regulations and rules, and the social partners have to fight for this together, because I think that the readiness of young people is given, but the blockades are institutionalized and are part of our institutional structures. So I'm totally with you. Elizabeth Keuten, please. I totally agree with what you have just said, Professor Funken. And maybe I would use the term feminist education in this context, because it is very important for businesses to promote gender equality from the very beginning. But I also think that it is a task for families.
in der Institution Familie.
So the institution of family should communicate that kids are raised feministically. And I don't just mean that the focus should be on girls only. No, also on boys. So both have to be fostered and encouraged accordingly. And once this has been embedded, we, the young generation, that tries to break up stereotypes, etc., and tries to test different things, can further encourage this and can continue to embark upon this path, something that we have seen in Corona times, an establishment of feminist education also by schools and families. That is definitely a good contribution, I think. Okay, so let us ask for 2 more digital voices. Elke Ferner, please start. Yes. I just raised my hand when it was about the question of what about couples, what about men also, who want to provide their share in care work. The problem is that men see with their female colleague who just went on part-time that part-time is the career killer. So it is a deterrent. And they don't want to be in this cul-de-sac, and they say, well, I don't want this. And this is understandable. Having said that, it is very important to have the right of return to your previous working time and working hours. So limited part-time. Everybody who is entitled to reduce their working time and hours should be also entitled to return to their original working hours and working time. And then things become more logical. Then more men will make use of this offer, at least those who want to share the care and educational work with their partner. Thank you. And Jolanta of EIGE, you have the very last word in this round.
Not long time ago, we went through financial economic crisis. Have we learned a lesson? We will see that the outcome of financial crisis was not friendly to gender equality at all, because the austerity measures that were taken, they actually entrenched gender stereotypes and pushed women back into their families and homes, and to take this load of unpaid care that was placed on their burden due to closed public services. So are we going to learn a lesson or not? And I think there is a lot really to learn from that experience. Yes, every crisis opens opportunities, but every crisis might actually take us backwards. And now if we are speaking about the future of our European Union and global future, we're speaking about Green Deal. What is Green Deal? Green Deal places care at the center. It's about care about the others and care about environment. And if it just remains and continues to be just a women's issue, women's issue, I'm not sure that we're going to progress in there. And if we keep going neoliberal way as we used to be now, I'm afraid we're not going to be there. As care must become, through various decisions and solutions, must become a part of this masculine culture as well. If we want to achieve the sustainable results for the future.
Herzlichen Dank. Damit haben wir auch diese.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Hi, this is Dagmar. Can I still come in?
Yes, please. Yeah, bitte.
Okay, great. I just want to come back to the issue about addressing stereotypes now also in the context of Corona. While we have seen a fallback into traditional roles, I think what is really encouraging is how much the issue was debated in the media. I have followed it in German media, I've followed it in the European media, I've followed it internationally. The issue of the re-traditionalization of women into former roles has been quite often put on the agenda. And I think this needs to continue, and we need to tell the story. And I think we all have a task here through social media, through interviews, to bring up the issue that we should not go back and fall back into our traditional roles, and to really have a change of the social norms and the way we distribute labor between men and women.
Herzlichen Dank. Das war ein stark.
Thank you very much. That was a very strong final thought. And it completes our second round, gender equality policy during the corona crisis. Thank you to both of you. Thank you for presenting the claims, the calls for action, and the demands. Let us continue with our third session. The topic was fighting against violence against women. The experts are Corinna Witzel. She is a board member of UN Women Germany, and Mona Küppers, the chairwoman of the German Women's Council. They are both remotely connected, so the chair remains vacant. I hope that we can see them on the screen in a second.
In Ordnung. Falls Sie noch nicht da sind.
If they're not there yet, okay. Miss Witzel, Miss Küppers, can you already hear me?
Ja, ich kann Sie.
Yes, I can hear you, says Mona Küppers. I just don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you. We can even see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Wonderful. And Corinna Witzel. I can't see her yet.
Wunderschönen guten Tag.
Good afternoon. Okay, we can hear you. It's working. Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us. Good afternoon. Miss Witzel, Miss Küppers, please give us a brief overview of the results and demands that were produced during your breakout session. Yes, of course, with pleasure. First of all, like Elke Ferner, I would like to thank you for all the interesting inputs and interventions. In our workshop, we have also been very creative, and I think I speak on behalf of all participants when I say that we all agree that the Convention of Istanbul has to be ratified by the EU. It has to be fully transposed into all contracts and rules. So that was the core subject of our voting. And we also then voted on the measures that are absolutely indispensable for this implementation. It was said that we need more investment in training lawyers. So it needs to be included in the Istanbul Convention. That was number one. Then disrespecting violence, combating gender stereotypes or everyday racism, and we need adequate financing for implementation. That was number three. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this very brief overview of these very important issues. Let us talk about disrespecting violence, condemning and banning violence. When we work with this issue as men, we often notice that the topic of violence against women is not on the agenda of men. Men feel distance to it. They think it only happens in other countries, in Hollywood, that is very far away from them. So we need to show men that this form of discrimination and violence happens very frequently. It's very important to do this. And I'm going to open the debate now to our panelists. First reactions and responses to the demands put up in the third workshop. Can I add something? Yes, of course. I would like to say something regarding workshop number 3, because I think it can encourage our debates. The workshop participants did not argue about the fact that we already have enough conventions. We have enough laws and rules when it comes to the topic of violence against women. But implementation is the issue. Lacking implementation is the problem, and this is something that we have to foster and achieve. And let me pick up the thought that you have just mentioned. It has also become clear that violence against women is not a women's issue. It is a societal issue, and it affects all of us. These were just 2 thoughts that I wanted to share with you. Yeah, very strong thoughts. Thank you very much. Any reactions or responses from here? Elisabeth Keuten? Yes. I'm not an expert when it comes to this topic, but my very first thought when listening to you was, When it comes to banning crimes, condemning violence against women, I think it is very important to encourage people who have experienced violence to report this to the police. Many people do this. In many cases, there are no too little consequences. But I think that if every woman or if every person who has experienced sexualized violence, which is a crime, went to the police, reported this to the police, then it would kick off a whole wave. And it would trigger change. And many people would then see and understand how present and prevalent this topic is, especially with people who do not really see this topic and don't have it on their radar. I agree with we have enough conventions, we have enough laws, but people and women need to go to the police and report these crimes to the police, even though there are no or little consequences. But I think it would raise awareness for this topic and problem.
Frau Behrens.
Ms. Behrens, combating violence against women is a key element of gender equality. Without non-violence, there is no emancipation, no gender equality. This is why we focus on this in our ministry. The minister said earlier that there is this Stronger Than Violence campaign. It is one of our crucial campaigns. And we have discussions with the public because we do have a problem when it comes to violence against women in Germany. Every third day, a woman is killed and dies, as the minister said. So the Stronger Than Violence campaign was launched by our ministry. And we equipped it with different funds because we do not only want to discuss this with women, but with the whole society. And if you see who is supporting the campaign at the moment, then we have the hope that things will change. We need a lot of stamina, we need a lot of patience, but I think it is a good tool, this campaign. Second aspect, we have to name perpetrators and places. The most dangerous place for a woman or for a kid is their own home. So combating domestic violence is an element, a crucial element of our work. This includes that we provide shelter to women who want to get out of these violent contexts. And of course, they need time to think about the consequences. They don't maybe have to go to the police immediately. They have to find contacts in counseling centers, in women's shelters, etc. This is why we launched a federal program in order to expand shelters for women in the course of the next 4 years. And I hope that this goes beyond the next 4 years even. And Ms. Küppers mentioned something which is also very important. Together with federal states and municipalities, we are now trying to find a federal solution in order to fund women's shelters and counseling centers. We don't have them in Germany. We have been discussing this for 30 years, yet we now hope that together with the representatives of the federal, states and municipalities, we will come up with a national solution when it comes to this topic. Because we need joint funding responsibility for this area. Because without funding, we cannot expand the system. We need more shelters for women and their kids. We also need more counseling centers. These are first and foremost tasks for federal, states and municipalities, but we also bear responsibility. This is why we support this project. This is why we have organized a round table. And a last point, because this is a great chance to talk about this, we at least have one vacancy when it comes to the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, and it is the monitoring of the Istanbul Convention. We are currently in a project with the German Institute for Human Rights to set up such an independent monitoring, and at the beginning of 2021 we will launch and start it. So Germany's obligation in the context of the Istanbul Convention to set up an independent monitoring when it comes to violence against women will be started. So in addition to official numbers that we get from the police every year, and of course we want to raise awareness, we can also look at the unreported numbers. We can also look at other statistics and data so that we, through this independent monitoring, can raise awareness for this topic within society, so that you don't beat women, you don't use violence against women. This is not a part of a good partnership. Unfortunately, this is not yet the case, and we are working on this. Okay, and a question to the experts that work at the European level. What are best practices that we have seen in other European countries that work particularly well in order to address and reduce violence against women?
Jolanta, gerne.
Jolanta.
If I could make maybe one point here. At times, it's not actually easy, because we have countries which have quite effective policies in place and good coordinated policies and good quality services. And then we have also high prevalence rates there. And it's not because the violence is more prevalent there, but because women feel more secure and they report more. Therefore, kind of sometimes it's very, very difficult when we talk to society and journalists, for example, to explain to them that high rates of violence against women in Sweden, it's not because that society is more gender equal than the other societies, that it has nothing to do with it, but it has to do more with this confidence and their reporting rates, because they trust institutions, they receive probably good quality services, and they actually report about the cases. Therefore, that question about kind of good practices, when you look at services on one hand, but also prevalence rates on the other hand, might not be so easy to interpret. But surely, there are countries that are actually doing well, and here I would mostly point probably to Nordic countries that have a really zero tolerance policies, and they have a very kind of strong political commitment and those continuous already political commitment, which is quite long lasting already, and yeah, very effective institutional response that actually allows more women to report. We at the European Institute for Gender Equality, we're working a lot on actually also how to contribute to this more efficient institutional response, because this is really a problem in very many countries. Women are experiencing double and triple victimization when they come to institutions. And that, of course, puts them in a very difficult situation. So we need to work not just with the lawyers, which I am very glad, because in one of the actions that was voted, there is this reference also to the need to train lawyers in a gender-sensitive way, but we also need to think about also policemen and the judiciary system and how they work, and that gender equality education and violence against women should become a part of their education, and they should be also trained about these topics on a continuous basis, because it's very important to empower also and to train service providers.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Any more comments? Yeah. Dagmar Schumacher.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, I would also like to come in here. I mean, first of all, I would like to respond to two of the comments that were made already during the panel. One is, I mean, the importance that victims report to the police. I mean, I agree with that, but I want to also highlight people will report to the police if they feel confident that the case is really being treated well, that, I mean, it goes all the right way, and that they can get support. So it's also extremely important to train the police system to be ready to deal with victims of violence, and particularly also victims of domestic violence. Then secondly, somebody said, for men, this topic is not so much on the agenda and it's very far away. I would challenge that a little bit. I think it is unfortunately very much on the agenda for many men, because they are the perpetrators, the ones who are committing the crimes against women and exercising violence against women. And I think we need to really, men also have a responsibility here to really get informed about the issues and then become advocates for change and to really be the ones to say no to violence. And I think we have many campaigns already on this. Many men are very, very much engaged. I just want to quote here the UN Women for She campaign, also on ending violence against women, and many men coming out very strongly on that. But also in Europe, I think we have seen many cases where men really said, we do not accept violence against women, and that needs to continue, of course. With regard to good examples at the EU level, I think we have a number of them. Of course, we have spoken already about the Istanbul Convention and how important it is that it is being ratified by all. But we have, of course, also the EU gender equality strategy with a strong component on ending violence against women. And I think the Commission is taking it really seriously. I also want to refer here to the speech by Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, at the Beijing +25 commemoration event. But I want to also mention the EU-UN Spotlight Initiative to end violence against women and girls globally. It's a global initiative which really looks also at the issue of prevention, also at the issue of legislation. But what I think is also so important is that there was really funding put behind that initiative. It's a 500 million euro initiative globally to end violence against women. And I think one of the recommendations from civil society was also to provide adequate financing. And I totally agree. I think this is really, really crucial. Finally, I just want to mention also the UN Secretary General's political engagement strategy on ending violence against women. I mean, he got very, very involved when he also saw the alarming figures in the context of the corona pandemic of increases in domestic violence. And he had already a call earlier in the year, in March or April, to member states, and now has also launched much more at a global level his strategy to really combat violence against women.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank auch an Dagmar Schumacher.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Schumacher. I think this is the end of this panel. So any one of you who would still like to comment on this? I would like to thank Mrs. Küppers and Mrs. Witzel for facilitating this round. And now we would like to continue with the fourth round. Session 4 is dedicated to equality strategies at all levels. I would like to welcome Ursula Sauter. She is chairwoman of UN Women Germany. Anna-Sophia Fernandez has joined us virtually, Vice President, UN European Women's Lobby. Mrs. Fernandez, can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. Hello.
Das ist sehr schön. Wir laden Sie beide ein.
That's great. We would like to hear from both of you from these sessions. Well, the participants of our workshop, they agreed on 4 calls to action, 2 top priorities with 11 votes, and 2 calls to action with 10 supporting votes. Our 2 top priorities is the equal participation of men and women in executive positions in the public and private sector, in academia, administration. And the second call to action is obligatory gender budgeting and reporting. And our 3rd and 4th calls is equal participation of men and women in parliaments, because we won't make any headway without legislators. And then, of course, intersectional equality strategies. There was a lively debate going on, but the vote on it was very clear.
Sehr schön, herzlichen Dank. Anna-Sophia.
Thank you. Anna-Sophia Fernandez, would you like to add something? Or is it okay?
Just to say shortly that, of course, women's participation in political and decision-making is key. It's a question of representation. We have the tools to do it according to the treaties, the CEDAW Convention, and a number of other instruments. But I would like to highlight the importance of gender budgeting, because to understand where the money goes means that we understand what the commitment is from a country towards equality between women and men. Thank you.
Das scheint ein sehr interessantes Thema zu sein. Ich habe nämlich auch schon
This seems to be quite an interesting topic because everyone was nodding. Any other comments on that?
Also aus deutscher Sicht.
Well, from a German perspective, well, the family ministry is quite envious looking at Sweden because Sweden has introduced this already. They introduced this in the 1980s, so there's a clear budgeting transparency, and then you realize which funds are being spent, and I'm really in favor of gender budgeting because I think this would really help us to make progress, because it's not in our coalition agreement of our government, and there's no commitment of our government to gender budgeting. We have some spending reviews. Well, this is a bit similar to gender budgeting, but we just looked into some projects. But in Germany, there is no clear gender budgeting. And I don't think that we have a political majority for this. But we, as a family ministry, were definitely in favor. And last year, there was quite an interesting report on local political decision-making with researchers looking into the way local governments, regional governments spend money, and if there are more women in local governments, more money is spent on childcare, on youth, on climate change, on environmental protection. And I think this shows very clearly that gender budgeting can really help us to make headway. But in Germany, it seems really a hard thing to do when it comes to gender budgeting. But when it comes to the participation of women in executive positions, well, we have made some progress. This is what the minister has just mentioned. And we're really fighting for this law, for this act to be implemented. So please join us in our fight. We would like to convince those who are critical of it. And of course, when it comes to equal participation of men and women in parliaments, well, this is really up to the parliaments themselves. I'm really looking forward to the debate in Thuringia or in the region of Brandenburg. Well, the courts have not made their decisions yet, but I think this topic of equal participation of men and women is important because, well, the percentage of women is not really reflected in parliaments. That's why we need to fight. But Germany and many other member states are really making a great effort here. Well, the situation is not like in France, but I hope it will happen soon. So since we also want to talk about Europe's contribution to the SDGs, do you think we need equal participation in the European Parliament, 50-50 in the European Parliament? Any comments? Well, I think well, it doesn't make sense to say we need equal participation in Germany and in the regions, and we don't need equal participation in the European Parliament. This wouldn't make sense. So everyone, both genders, everyone needs to participate. Well, I definitely agree. It would be a great sign if we had equal participation of men and women in the European Parliament. We have a key figure here in Brussels. So this is a call to Our Lady in Brussels.
Kommission here.
There is a representative of the European Commission here.
And I've been trying to take the floor, so thank you for that. What I wanted to say, first of all, is that in our gender equality strategy, there is a chapter on what we call the lead chapter, which is about women's participation in decision-making and as much in the economic sphere as in the political sphere and the social sphere. So we encourage that very much. And towards the European elections, we will, of course, put this forward a lot. I mean, together with the member states and the different European political parties, because as you know, this is still something that is decided at member state level. I mean, yes, we're not yet at 50-50, but there has been an advance in women's representation in the European Parliament in this last European election. So there is progress, and there is also an increase of young women entering politics. But of course, we need to remain vigilant. I mean, we've seen countries that, for example, had rules on increasing women in politics, and as soon as they took out the quota system, for example, numbers dropped. So there needs to be efforts made to increase women's participation in politics and in the economy. I mean, but the Commission is trying to set a good example. As I said before, we have first time a president of the Commission that is a woman. There is for the first time a commissioner that is dealing with equality issues. For the first time we have a parity college. So all these firsts are a very good and positive step forward, and we just need to make sure that this continues, that it's not the only one time that we do this. But what I would also like to say is the other thing that we're doing in terms of leading by example is that last week or 2 weeks ago, the college adopted the target of reaching 40% of women in its managerial positions. So from within the Commission structure, we also try to do that. So I think that, yes, we are with little steps trying to increase women's participation by, setting the example, by working with member states, with European political parties, with civil society organizations. But it's clear that we need to work also on combating stereotypes. And it was mentioned in the previous discussions, and I didn't intervene then, but indeed we will be launching also a campaign on combating stereotypes so that we see and we encourage women to thrive in different fields, but also at different levels. But I would also like to welcome the fact that Germany has put forward its own gender equality strategy, and I hope that other member states would follow that example.
Herzlichen Dank. Ist auch schön zu hören von den Fortschritten.
Thank you very much. It's really great to hear about the progress within the European Commission that you've just described. There is a question from the audience, and I'm going to read this question.
CEDAW-Bericht.
According to a CEDAW report from 2018, it is recommended that gender budgeting is definitely something to be implemented, but why is Germany blocking it? Well, Germany is not blocking it. Germany is just ignorant. They don't have an opinion on it. So this debate has just started. And we really need to discuss about the added value of gender budgeting. The Women's Council in Germany will hold a conference next month. And they invited many participants, also the Ministry of Finance. We really need to discuss about the benefits, the advantages. We need to explain the tool of gender budgeting. We need to explain the benefit, the added value, and how to deal with it, because Germany doesn't really know a lot about it. So our government is not against it, is not blocking it. They are just indifferent, it seems.
Genau. Gibt es von den Expertinnen vor?
The experts here are our experts online. Would you like to comment, Jolanta? Yes. Jolanta?
Yes, maybe a few points about gender budgeting. Leslie mentioned gender equality strategy again in the context of this discussion, and there is also a strong commitment of the Commission also to finance and fund actions that are related to gender equality. So gender budgeting is also a part of a new gender equality strategy. And gender equality is one of enabling conditions. It means that the projects under certain funding mechanisms, they wouldn't be even funded if they wouldn't have a gender equality as their objective. And so that is a very important achievement. But if we made this step, I think we need to make also another step, and to make sure that gender equality is also reached by these actions. It means that gender equality is not just an objective, but that funding would lead to gender equal outcomes. And for that, we need to establish a tracking system or monitoring system that would actually help us to see whether this funding is really helps us to reach an initial objective. And European Institute for Gender Equality developed quite extensive materials about gender budgeting, even the toolkit itself, which is translated into all European Union languages, about those really very practical and basic steps that need to be taken in order to implement gender budgeting. And I hope that in this context of the discussions about recovery measures and multi-annual financial framework for upcoming years up to 2027, that these certain actions will be taken on board, and we will ensure that actually we not only have a good intention, but we also have a desired outcome of gender equality.
Genau, und Dagmar Schumacher.
Dagmar Schumacher, the floor is yours.
Just very short, as UN Women, we really fully support gender responsive budgeting. We believe it's an extremely important tool to achieve gender equality. We have great examples around the world, and it's really something that should be taken very seriously if eventually we would want to be able to say that we have reached gender equality in a given country. I mean, this is one of the prerequisites to make this happen. And then I want to also mention about equality strategies. Yes, we also believe it's extremely important to have equality strategies. And it's really commendable that now the European Commission has this gender equality strategy. We see it as a powerful policy tool, and it can really ensure that societies would change.
Vielen Dank. Wir kommen ja auch schon langsam zum Ende unserer.
Thank you very much.
Schnell verflogen die Zeit.
This is almost the end of our fourth round. This was a bit more than an hour, but I would like to get back to the ideas on our scales. We have ideas from Professor Fung, from Ms. Keuten, and from our commissioner, Mrs. Dali. But I would like to give you the opportunity, Dagmar Behrens, Yolanda Delgado, if you have an idea to add to our scales. Mrs. Behrens, I think there are some ideas you brought along. Yeah, I'm well prepared. For me, it's really important if you want to put something on the scales here. It's participation in access to power. Whenever we have decision-making, political or economic decision-making, we need women participating, and this is what we need to put on the scales.
Genau, Frau Schumacher.
Then my question to Mrs. Schumacher, to Mrs. Reingard, do you have a specific idea that we can put on the scales?
Yes, ensure gender-responsive budgeting.
Kurz und knackig, sehr schön.
Yeah, this was great.
Frau Schumacher.
Mrs. Schumacher, do you have an idea?
Yes, I had just mentioned gender-responsive budgeting.
Entschuldigung,
I would put
genau,
that
genau.
as one of the policy actions.
Das finde ich sehr gut. Und Jolanta Reingard?
And Mrs. Yolanda Reingard?
I would like to see a stronger gender perspective in post-COVID recovery instruments.
Hervorragend.
And gender budgeting is one of them, but there are other things as well. So.
Vielen herzlichen Dank. Ich würde symbolisch jetzt hier 3 Karten noch.
Thank you very much. So I'd add 3 cards with ideas on the scales. Well, it looks a bit better. I would like to thank our participants, our panelists. I would like to thank Mrs. Fernandez and Mrs. Sauter for their expertise and for facilitating the workshop and presenting the calls to action. I would like to thank our 6 experts that have joined us for 6 rounds. I would like to thank Mrs. Behrens, Professor Funke, Mrs. Keuten, Mrs. Schumacher, Mrs. Radelitsky, and Mrs. Reingard. Well, of course, you can stay here. It's about 10 more minutes. So you don't need to leave your seats. And of course, please stay tuned virtually if you wish. I would like to thank you for your fruitful contributions.
Kommen wir zum Ende des
And this is actually the final part.
So we have put up a whole bundle of demands and claims today. Now, a voting has been planned for this, but for technical reasons, we cannot do a voting, unfortunately. But the claims and demands are there. They are absolutely crucial. And you will get an email with them, and you will also find them on the website. And this is something that you should see on your screens now, you will see them here. So these are the demands and claims of workshop number 1.
Vorgesehen, diese zu gewichten.
Originally, we wanted to weigh them, but honestly, maybe it is better not to weigh them, but to just put this package of claims together and submit it to policymakers. We have had 4 workshops. 3 to 4 claims have been put up by each workshop, so we are talking 12 to 15 demands and claims in total, which is a good package. Here's workshop number 2. You will also find the claims and demands on UN Women Germany and their website. This is workshop number 3, End Violence Against Women.
Auch Männer eine sehr zentrale Rolle.
Men also play a crucial role, as we have also learned from our discussion. They play the key and central role, actually. And this is workshop number 4, Institutional Gender Equality Strategies.
Und auch nochmal das Gender Budgeting.
And gender budgeting was mentioned in this context, and I'm sure that we will hear more about gender budgeting in the future.
Genau.
All right. At the very beginning, we heard from Karin Nordmeyer.
Konferenz auch noch einmal von ihr.
And it is good that we hear from her again at the end of the conference. Karin Nordmeyer, can you hear me? Are you already connected? Yes, I am connected. Wonderful. So we are looking forward to listening to your final comments. All I can say is make a final statement. I'm very happy to look at the scales together with our claims and demands, 14 in total, to be able to claim that our ideas reduce the time until we have true gender equality. So if our ideas were put into practice, we will not need 100 years, as mentioned by the minister. The 14 claims that we have prioritized in the different workshops, we will submit to the different political institutions. First and foremost, to the EU Commission, the German government, and we are also going to submit it to UN Women. We hope to see legal regulations being put into practice, at least being speed up, because we support with our formulated claims, the EU Gender Equality Strategy 2020 to 2025. And we also support the Gender Equality Strategy 2018 to 2023 of the Council of Europe and the consultations of the CSW we will also influence and empower, and in particular also the measures of UN Women on generation equality that will hopefully receive the respect in 2021 that we were hoping for this year. And finally, I would like to thank you for successfully organizing this conference. Thank you to our EGA partners. Thank you to all speakers of today, and thank you to our more than 350 active participants. We had 2,000 interested viewers that got connected to the conference through the live stream. They all have their expertise and they invested their time in these discussions in order to foster a generation equality. We are very pleased about this. Thank you so much, and we hope that we will continue upon this path. By name, I would like to thank our keynote speakers. Asa Regner in New York, Helena Dalli in Brussels, and a special thank you to the Federal Minister Giffey, who was present in Berlin. Thank you also to Christiane Funken and Elisabeth Keuten. Thank you also to our wonderful he/she moderators. Thank you to our dear colleagues of the UN Women Board, and thank you to our very encouraged team of UN Women Germany in Berlin and Munich. Thank you to the technicians. I think Minister Giffey was even impressed by the number of technicians, and thank you also to our interpreters who have interpreted this whole conference. And last but not least, thank you to the colleague of Neues Handeln and their team. But what would be an idea without funding for its implementation? We have heard a lot about this in the last round of discussions. Thank you to Minister Giffey and her ministry, and thank you to EIGE for supporting and realizing this Generation Equality Conference. This is our contribution to the EU presidency. Planet 50/50. Merci beaucoup to all of you. Now, allow us to be loud, to raise our voice, and to clearly fight for equal rights and obligations of men and women in order to have a planet 50/50 by 2030. Let's do it. We are all sitting in the same boat globally. Having said that, I would like to close with Aristotle. We cannot change the wind, but we can set the sails differently. Stay safe, and I hope to see you again next year, in the next equality year of 2021.
Herzlichen Dank, liebe.
Thank you so much, Karin Nordmeier, for these very encouraging words that we will not forget. This brings us to the very end of the conference, a last view of the scales. It almost strikes a balance, and these ideas will contribute to realizing Planet 50/50. We, as he/she ambassadors, strongly believe that we can and have to work together. A little bit is missing still, so I think men can do more and have to do more in order to strike the balance. And if they do so, we will achieve full equality. Thank you so much to our viewers. Thank you for joining remotely. Thank you to our panelists here on the ground. Thank you to the technicians. Thank you to all the organizers. So keep working. Having said that, have a nice Thursday evening. All the best, and see you soon. Bye-bye.